Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us to our October 8th council meeting. We are going to begin with our consent agenda. Is the clerk on the Zoom, Mr. Fagan? For those of you that are joining virtually and those in person, our clerk is joining us via Zoom tonight. She will still perform all of her normal duties with the exception of keeping the time. Mr. Smeraldo, you will be doing that for us. Madam Clerk, can you hear us? Madam Clerk, can you hear us? We'll give her another shot. You're muted, Madam Clerk. Are you able to fulfill the duty? You have the script? On the front page. I'm sorry, the conference agenda. I said consent agenda. Did I say consent agenda? I'm in conference agenda. I'm sorry. I'll get started. Madam Clerk, alert Mr. Fagan. Or Mr. Fagan alert us when she's unmuted. Mr. Smeraldo, please open the meeting.
This is to inform the general public that the meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was mailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township's clerk's office on November 21st, 2023, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on November 30th, 2023. In all matters not provided in subsection, this is a statement of decorum, and except upon consent of the council president, each person addressing the council pursuant to the subsection shall be required to limit his or her remarks to 5 minutes and shall at no time engage in any personally offensive or abusive remarks. The chair shall call any speaker to order who violates any provisions of the rule.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smeraldo. Give us the roll call. I can do it. Councilwoman Castellino.
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Present.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Councilwoman Williams.
Present.
And I am present as well, Mayor McCartney. All right. First item on our agenda tonight is the swearing in of our newest West Orange police officers. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Council President, council colleagues. We are here tonight to honor and recognize and welcome and thank our new police recruits. It's nice to see all the family here. We have a Bible. Yep. We have a Bible. Zero, all at once. Okay, we can do.
Come up on my.
Karen usually takes pictures. Take pictures.
Yeah, I don't know. Are you gonna do them all at the same time? I think that's
Oh, no.
No, let's get their names heard and give them a, yeah.
Yeah, we can have a seat.
And the other police officers, yeah. Mr. Fagan, can you provide the mayor with a microphone?
Yes. We have a short agenda too.
Much better looking than he's going to. Madam Clerk is having relative.
Thank you.
Okay, and then repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States and in this state under the authority of the people. I do further solemnly swear that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of the office of officer
all the duties of the office of officer
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
You want to make pictures, like, if we do all have shorts and.
Yeah.
Right, repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Nicholas Christopher Junior,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
and I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the same
to the
and to the governments established in the United States
governments established in the United States
and in this state
and in the state
under the authority of the people.
under the authority.
I do further solemnly swear
I further
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully
impartially,
impart
and justly perform
and just
all of the duties of the office
all the duties of the office
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me.
I know, yeah.
I
I, Gwendolyn Hurd,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
and allegiance
and to the governments established in the United States
to the
and in this state
and in this
under the authority of the people. I do further solemnly swear that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform
and this
all the duties of the office according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of
So help me God.
Left hand on the Bible and raise your left.
Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Tyler Martinez,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State,
and that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same,
and to the governments established
to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state
and in the state
under the authority of the people.
under the
I do further solemnly swear that I will faithfully,
faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
justly
all the duties of the office according to the best of my ability. So help me God.
So
Everybody look this way. Yeah, we'll propose, I'm sure it's fun.
Or do they want to take pictures with their families?
Congratulations. I'm seeing like, let me see, you can say. I'm seeing, you see.
I think. Yeah, no, well.
Very nice.
If needed. Hopefully in the, in and out.
Okay. That was the good part of the night.
Start off on a good note.
That's it. Let's keep it going. Hot in here. Is it hot in here? Because I'm never hot.
I'm very comfortable.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, no, let's not get crazy now. It's getting cool at night now.
Madam Clerk, are you able to hear us or?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got you.
No pressure, Pete, no pressure.
We do have a presentation from the Kiwanis International. Okay, so is Mr. Gray. You had something, Madam Mayor? Yeah, he called me and let me know he'd be a few minutes late. What we can do is have our liaison announcements now and then come back to Mr. Gray and the Kiwanis when we're done. Let's begin with Councilwoman Castellino.
Sure, not ready yet, but I'll go for it. Just another great weekend in West Orange, a lot of great events, love this time of year. We had on this weekend, our firefighters had their open house, which was great weather, great crowds, and we got to thank them. The kids all had a great time on this Sunday. Councilwoman did a nice job on your walk. That was very nice. Got a chance to pop in there for a few minutes. And we had 2 ribbon cuttings last weekend and this weekend. Last weekend, our first cannabis retail had opened up on Prospect Avenue, Pure Natural Vibes, and was very happy to see them come through the process with all how long and tedious it was. And so that was a nice event. And Saturday morning, we have a beautiful gown store on Main Street now, home handmade, hand-sewn gowns right on YBO formal wear. Beautiful store, all handmade. And we're really, really excited for them to be successful here in the township. So that's it for my report. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Good evening, everyone. To those of you in council chambers and to those of you online, regarding my liaison announcements. The Open Space Commission is meeting tomorrow evening at 7 PM here in in the West Orange Municipal Building in room 109. And the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board has canceled October's meeting due to the holidays. So we will reconvene in November. And that concludes my announcements. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Scarpa.
Great. Our seniors continue to amaze me. I want to thank Laura Van Dyke and Michael Fonzino for providing the bus for the seniors to go to OSPAC for Motown. It was an event that no one should have missed. I am going to figure out how to promote it more in the schools next year. But our seniors led the way as the bus driver got a little bit lost. They led him right up Eagle Rock Avenue, where to go. And when we got there and they were going to put some seats for us in the back, they went right up to the front. They were so excited to be there. A couple of us actually got up on the dance floor. The seniors led the way to the dance floor and actually got about 40, 50 people throughout the course of the night dancing. And I have to say, our little couple from the Degnan house who were on their monthly date were the first up there dancing. And it was the most heartfelt thing to see. And it's a thing I think as a councilwoman that brings me the most joy to be able to have us give that opportunity to our seniors to get out of the house and really socialize. So I want to thank everybody who was involved in the mayor too. For everybody's been going above and beyond. The seniors are also going to be going to our council forum on Sunday. If there's any seniors who want to join us, they can contact Laura Van Dyke or myself. It's very civic engagement is very, very important. It's one of our parts of livability for seniors. And they are very, very excited. Many of them who have been coming regularly are joining us for that. And we're also going to be taking them to see the community band at Liberty Middle School on October 30th at 7:30. So anyone interested in that, reach out to Laura Van Dyke. We're really excited about it as well. Our Environmental Commission met and we continue to move on to work on a number of environmental issues. The most eminent one that I am working on right now is stormwater management. We had a stormwater management ordinance and have gotten some expert advice and assistance from Jessica Pearson, who was here at our last meeting. She has made a lot of suggestions to help us make our stormwater management one that has a little bit more teeth. And I will be routing that around to the Environmental Commission and to my colleagues so that we can all see what we can do. Because obviously, everyone knows the flooding in our town is something that we have to take very seriously. Our Economic Development Commission too continues to brainstorm and work on measures to make our downtown the best it could be. And that's about it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. So I would like to start off by sharing that our Historic Preservation Commission meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, 7 p.m. on Zoom. Our Historic Preservation Commission will be listening to the Black Inventors Hall of Fame Museum Group. They will be doing a brief presentation on what they are proposing for the property at Mayfair Farms. As you know, or maybe if you don't know, they are currently under contract with the purchase of that property to create this Black Inventors Hall of Fame Museum. And so there is an intent to keep the footprint of the original Mayfair Farms building and then add on an annex and even discussions of keeping the barn and maybe preserving that completely intact and seeking a historical designation for that piece of the property. So if you're interested in hearing more about the museum, the link is on our website, and please feel free to join. That is an open public meeting. Our Arts Council, in conjunction with WOSIP, will be hosting on next Monday, the 14th, which is Indigenous Peoples Day, a movie at 1 p.m. called Dying to Vote. It is free and open to the public, and if you are interested, I believe the link is also on the township website, or if not on the township website, certainly on the Arts Council website so that you can register to participate. Again, it's free, but registration is requested. But again, pop in if you happen to find yourself available on that day. And lastly, I want to just take an opportunity to thank our township, our police department, all of our public works departments, our health department, and especially the Edison Police Department, all of the participants, volunteers, and sponsors for our 5th WOSAC 5K. We could not have asked for a more beautiful and perfect day to highlight mental health and wellness and suicide prevention. So thank you, thank you, thank you for those who came out to continue supporting and advocating for this critical issue in our mental health and health department. It was just very well attended, and we just had a ball. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I think that will be it for me.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So the planning board will meet on next Wednesday night, the 9th. It's a virtual planning board meeting. We will be discussing multiple applications, including 410 Main. I had an opportunity to visit one of the contractors for a joint meeting. Joint meeting, for those that don't know, is our sewer commission. Essentially, it's 14 municipalities that work together to handle sanitary sewer. We have a major FEMA flood mitigation project and wanted to really understand how that project is being managed and where the efficiencies are and what the best practices are with a 9-figure project, because each of our tax dollars in West Orange go to pay for it. In that particular project, 90% of it is reimbursed by grants, but still it is quite a large project. So even our portion is a sizable number. So we visited with Anselmi and DeSico, who are handling the actual construction for that project. I'm happy to answer any questions you guys may have. And for those of you that are in the public that would like to know more about that, let us know. And the reason it was timely today is because of all of the storms that are going through Florida. This project was done in response to Superstorm Sandy to make our sanitary sewer system more resilient in cases of those kinds of floods and hurricanes. So I'm happy to report we are moving along very well and do expect that project to be done on time and around budget. For those of you that have done any construction, prices have gone up and they continue to go up consistently. So, but it is being very, very well managed, and I'm happy to report that. I think that's it for me. I don't think we had anything on the insurance commission this month. I think that's going to do it for my liaison announcements. I do see both Mr. Gray and Kwani's representative here. I'm going to ask Mr. Gray if he wouldn't mind making his presentation at this time. You can approach the microphone to my right. Please introduce yourself and share the good news.
For good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Gray, and I'm the Senior Outreach Advisor for the new U.S. Senator George Homing. And I'm here today to just let you know about some of the services that we provide that could be of benefit to the residents and also the member of the council and the mayor. Many of you know me to be the district director to the late Congressman Donald M. Ping Jr. And we have worked in the community for several years. So number one, our Washington, D.C. office deals with like legislative issues. If you have issues with bills and resolution, you can contact the Washington, D.C. office. But if you have issues with constituent services, meaning casework, there are lots of things that our office do that member of the community don't know about. Number one, immigration. We help with immigration casework and many immigration casework. For example, like family-based petition, filing for mothers, filing for fathers, filing for children. vulnerable brothers and sisters, attaining student visa, navigating through the State Department when it comes to either refugees or political asylum. There are lots of constituents that have issue with their passport. We can help you with your passport issue, either helping you to get like a same day passport appointment, or we can do the best we can through the congressional resources to expedite the process. There are lots of people that have issue with internal revenue. Sometimes people fall short. And part of the responsibility of the congressional office or the Senate office is to serve as a liaison between various executive agency. So if you had issue with the IRS, we can serve as a liaison in talking to them to resolve, some of the issue that you may have. Issue about veterans. We all know that our veterans work hard to keep us safe every day and every night. But sometimes they face challenges in terms of their benefits and all. So you can call our office and we can help you to navigate through the process and move the process in a very seamless fashion. I know there are many times like municipality, like this great township, sometimes you apply for various federal grants. So one of the thing the senator does is that we give you like a letter of support to add on your grant application. And that can increase the chances of you getting a grant. So please use us. I want to let you know that you are not alone. And Senator Helming is a very responsive member of Senate. And that is why he wants to bring the government to the people. And that is why I'm here. I also have some privacy waiver that will allow us to contact any federal agency on your behalf. Maybe the only branch of government that we cannot really contact is the court system because we don't really have jurisdiction. We don't have that authority to contact the court system. So, or maybe you want to visit the White House. You can contact us when we can help you plan a trip to the White House or maybe like a Capitol tour. We have an issue with like Medicare, housing issues. Some people are late on their mortgage payment, and there are ways that we can contact the agency to help. So I just like to just leave you a few numbers that you can call because I don't want to take all your time. So our Jersey City, the number is 973 645 3030 973 645 3030. Our Barrington office number is 856 757 5335 856 757 5335. And of course, we have the Washington DC office, which is the number is 202 224 4714. 202 224 4744. And just in case you want to contact the office, you can go to the website because it's a very integrated website. Please go to Helmey, HELMEY, .senate.gov, HELMEY.senate.gov. So in closing, I just want to let you know that although Senator Helming has been in the Senate for a short period of time, but he's been working on various issues using his leverage on the various committee that he served, the Finance Committee and the Foreign Relations Committee, to support initiative that benefit people in the United States and most especially people in West Orange. So I just want to say thank you for your time and your attention. So I'm willing to answer any question you may have in terms of the services that we can help with in terms of helping this great township of West Orange.
Nice.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Gray before he goes? No? All right. Thank you very much, sir.
It says senior outreach advisor, but it's not specifically seniors in general.
No, so I mean, the title is our senior staff, so so for everyone, everyone,
Just overstep.
all the way to the city, every.
Okay, thank you. for that clarification.
Thank you again, sir. The Kiwanis?
So, Council President, colleagues, last week, the executive board members from the Kiwanis of West Essex approached and they want to resurrect the chapter here in West Orange. COVID kind of dissolved things. I know that we have a lot of new families in town. We have a lot of, you said there are already members that were West Orange members for the Kiwanis. So I thought it would be a good idea for you to come and recruit people. This is Jessica Almeida. And I guess other people, if you're going to come and speak and tell us more about Kiwanis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for having me here this evening. As the Mayor stated, my name is Jessica Almeida. I am the Lieutenant Governor for the Essex County Kiwanis Clubs. So far, right now, we have 8, and we're hoping by the end of the month, we'll have 9 when we reach Harder West Orange. If you don't know about Kiwanis, it is a community service organization, and our emphasis is on children. Our motto is changing the world one community and one child at a time. When I was in high school, I was a member of Key Club, which there used to be a very active Key Club at the West Orange High School. And I used to work with the Key Club members at West Orange. So when I went up through Key Club, and we have a college club as well, and became a Kiwanian, I was very surprised to find out that there was no longer a Key Club at West Orange High School, and there was no longer a Kiwanis Club in West Orange. When I became Lieutenant Governor, I made it one of my goals to bring that back, to make sure that the people in this community get the ability to become enriched by Kiwanis and have the children get the opportunities that Kiwanis gives to them. In particular, Kiwanis sponsors, we call them service leadership programs. In the elementary schools, we call them K-Kids. They work on instilling the love of community service and servant leadership in children who are in elementary school. They carry it through to Builders Club, and in Builders Club, they take that love of community service and they add the leadership aspect to it. So we start growing leaders in 6th to 8th grade. Then in high school, you have Key Club, and Key Club is amazing. It's a international organization. The children and students that are in Key Club get, like myself when I was in high school, to travel throughout the country. They can go to international conventions, leadership conferences throughout the United States. It was a life-changing experience, and I really hope to bring that back here to West Orange so that the children at West Orange High School can take advantage of it. So what Kiwanis is all about is service. So service to your community and service to the children of your community. Now I'm here with 2 members from the Caldwell West Essex Club. I have Anthony Thomas, who is a West Orange resident, and Bill Edge, who is also a Kiwanian from my home club. By having Kiwanis in your community, you'll have the chance to give back in so many ways, whether it be supporting local food drives, building playgrounds for disabled students, for offering scholarships and raising money. These are all things that will make a huge difference in the West Orange community. And in New Jersey alone, Kiwanians have been involved in countless projects that improve education, health, and community development, as well as your own personal growth, just the experience you get from being a Kiwanian. It's an amazing group and an amazing organization. I did want to make sure that everybody here knew that we were going to be in the neighborhood in the next few weeks. We'll be reaching out to community leaders, to people who we think would make a great Kiwanian. I know Anthony has some of these. I'm going to pass these out to anybody. Just as Kiwanis is coming to our community, we've identified, certain people, business people, community leaders, educators, and we're going to be sending these postcards to them. And on the back, it says, to learn more about Kiwanis, join njkiwanis.org. And there it'll give you a application you can fill out to get more information. And we're more than happy to meet with you by virtual meeting, by phone, or even in person in the next few weeks. Then we hope to organize the club here in Town Hall on October 24th at 6:30 p.m. So we're hoping that we're able to get at least 40 members in the community. We have some members from the club that, had been here pre-COVID, and we're really looking forward to bringing that back. And having a flourishing club here that's going to support all the youth leadership initiatives that Kiwanis does each and every day. So in closing, Kiwanis is more than volunteering. It's about being an active member in your community, growth, and creating a brighter future for all the children that we have here in West Orange. So if you're looking, this is my sales pitch, if you're looking for a great way to make a real difference in West Orange while growing personally and professionally, Kiwanis is the perfect opportunity for that. So we, on behalf of the Kiwanis Club of Caldwell West Essex, who is going to be your sponsor club, we invite you to join us in making West Orange an even better place to live by bringing Kiwanis back here to your community.
Very nice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, you have somewhere here.
Okay, everybody look here. Okay, everybody look here. Okay, hold that pose. I'll make sure. I get that.
Oh. Thank you so much. It's good to see you.
Let me change the slide. Okay, we'll go here.
Probably like an hour.
Yeah, we're gonna get the regular meeting started. Madam Clerk, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Are we-
We thank
Are we ready?
everyone for joining us during our conference agenda. As the hour is now 7:10, we're going to get started with our regular meeting. Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 21st, 2023, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on November 30th, 2023. Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Present.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Present.
Councilwoman Williams,
Present.
Council President Rutherford,
Here.
Mayor McCartney.
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The council is now in their public meeting.
Thank you. We're going to begin with public comment. We're going to invite anyone in council chambers only that would like to speak. You may do so by approaching the microphone in front of me. We ask that you give us your name and street address. You will have 5 minutes to address us. The Zoom participants will not be able to speak. And so before we call on the public, we're going to have Mr. Fagan and Mr. Puglisi give their public comment to start us off. Mr. Fagan.
Thank you, Council President. Such as technology. Council President, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And we kicked off Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Last week, we had a group, Everything Else Can Wait. They were the Pink Warriors. Their message is all about, this took place on steps of Town Hall here. And they were, this was one of 21 stops throughout New Jersey. And their message is a very poignant message. Everything else can wait. The implication being to find the time to get mammogram and early detection, which is the key to beating breast cancer. Of course, October is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and the dvawareness.org is a national resource center on domestic violence. And to those means, on Wednesday, November 2nd, perhaps a little premature because we're still in October, but there's going to be an event at the West Orange Public Library. And I have this up here because you have to call to register. A space is limited. It's a program, In Her Shoes, and it specifically addresses the issue of domestic violence. And certainly after October comes November. You don't need me to tell you that. But West Orange leaf collection procedure for 2024 has been posted at westorange.org. And I gave all the council members, and I have them on the podium here, the schedule so that there's no confusion. And also on our website, Mr. Puglisi sent us the schedule for Essex County. This schedule is specifically if you live on a township road. If you live on a county road, the schedule is slightly different, and that information is posted on our website. Council President, this is kind of an odd message here, but just bear with me. It's a segue. In 1860, it took 10 days for a message to go from the east to the west. And in 2024, it takes about 3 seconds for an incident to go to a local West Orange Facebook group. And I use this as a segue because although posting in Facebook groups can be beneficial and informative, that report incidences to the West Orange Police Department. Just don't post it to your Facebook group. Of course, there's a number for non-emergencies and all emergencies. Reporting it to the West Orange Police Department has its benefits because they can direct patrols to that area, and it establishes a record for anything that might be going on. So while, as I said, it's beneficial, please report it to the West Orange Police Department. Saturday, October 12th, there's a Coffee with a Cop, but this is kind of a special program. It's Faith and Blue. It's a partnership between law enforcement and clergy. And of course, the goal is to better relations, better community relations with the police force. And this event is happening from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at 563 Northfield Avenue, Dunkin' Donuts. Speaking of our West Orange Police Department, Detective Funk solved a case that usually doesn't get solved, and that's cybercrime. In this case, there was a resident that was scammed out of, and it's hard to believe, almost $400,000 because they thought they were dealing with a real person on the end of the computer. But thanks to the diligent work of Detective Funk, he was able to track it down. And that person is now incarcerated in the Essex County Jail. We have the Diwali Festival coming up on Sunday, October 13th. And there's going to be high energy performances, artisan vendors, and delicious South Asian cuisine. And if you have any questions, the email contact is uavwestorange@gmail.com. Of course, next week, we have a celebration for Italian Heritage Month that will be taking place on the steps of Town Hall here at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, October 15th. And to our Jewish friends and neighbors, have a meaningful feast. Yom Kippur begins at sunset, I believe, on Friday. The activity report for the fire department, nothing really changes here. The numbers fluctuate up and down in these specific categories. The overall calls are down as of in September. I guess that's a good thing. Speaking of our fire department, we have CPR certification course. I should point out that this is only for West Orange residents. This is October 22nd. Class size is limited to 20 people and only 2 individuals per household. The contact information is here, but it's also available on our website. And as Councilwoman Castellino mentioned, this past Sunday was the very popular annual open house at the fire department. It's an opportunity for the community to come out, for the kids to come out and be kids and play with the fire equipment, just like real firemen. The theme this year was smoke detectors save lives. Smoke alarms make them work for you. And there was a poster contest, and Chief Vecchio told me that it was a very difficult decision this year because there were a lot of great entries. This is the 2nd and 3rd place entry from Leanna Jones and Marilla Fitzkey. But the first place prize goes to Anna Hughes, and she won a bicycle. And you can see her entry there on the left, very colorful poster. Your number 1 defense. And of course, she's referring to smoke detectors, which was the theme of the poster contest. Speaking of bikes, perhaps you've noticed an increase in motorized bikes and motor scooters on our road, in addition to the bicyclists. I spoke to Deputy Chief Kier about this, and he says, yes, it's true. And the laws have not yet caught up with the motorized bikes. And I want to show you an incident here that I actually captured on my dash cam. And this is very important to raise awareness and show you the potential dangers that not only to the bicyclists, but to our motorists. And you can see this bicyclist just pull out here. This is going to play in a loop. I'm coming up Eagle Rock Avenue, and that's Blackburn Terrace. And the bicyclist on a motorized bike just pulls out into traffic. Didn't look, didn't stop, had no intention of stopping. And he's very lucky that he didn't get hit or cause an accident. So I want to raise, there is a stop sign there, and the bicyclist is obligated to follow all the rules of the road. So as a matter of bicycle awareness, bicyclists should yield to pedestrians, obey all signs, be visible at night, wear a bike helmet, and ride in the same direction as traffic flow. Of course, common sense has to prevail in all circumstances. There are going to be inspectors performing outfall inspections through the month of October during regular business hours. Now, this doesn't apply to all properties, it only applies to properties where there's some sort of a storm pipe emptying into a river. So if you see unexpected individuals roaming on your property, they are there legitimately performing inspections. Also, there's an event, we have a lot going on here. Also, Wednesday, October 16th, Navigating Medicare. West Orange Public Library, 10 Rooney Circle. Please call the Department of Senior Services to sign up or for more questions. And this information is on our website. Finally, I found it very surprising that the public, we are going to spend over $3 billion on Halloween costumes. So that's $3 billion with a B. That's a staggering number. So I have this up on the website along with some other tips for keeping Halloween safety tips at westorange.org. And as you know, there is no public comment from the Zoom audience, so you can contact all Township Council members via email at council@westorange.org. Thank you very much, Council President. I probably went a little over time here, but there's
all
a
right,
lot
Mr.
going
Fagan.
on and some very important announcements. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Mr. Puglisi, apologize.
Hi, Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. I just want to go over some upcoming events. First of all, on Friday, October 18th at Presby Gardens in Upper Montclair is our Gardens Aglow. And that's where we reach out to local high schools and ask students to carve, paint, or decorate pumpkins. And then we line the gardens at the Presby Gardens with that. It's a great way to enjoy the gardens off-season. Then on Saturday, October 19th, from 9 to 3 is the computer recycling event. Thank you, Joe, for putting that up. That's at our Public Works facility in Cedar Grove. Anything electronic can be recycled on that day. Also on October 19th in Branchford Park at 10 a.m. is the first of our 3 Strut Your Mutt canine costume parades. The next 2 are the following weekend on October 26th. 9 a.m. in Brookdale Park in Bloomfield and Montclair, and then 1 o'clock at Grover Cleveland Park in Caldwell, Essex Fells. Joe had mentioned Halloween and trick-or-treating. A great place to trick-or-treat is Turtleback Zoo, and that is on October 31st from 5 to 9. It's our annual Halloween, and that's there's a $3 admission for Zoological Society members and a $5 general admission. And then finally, our household hazardous waste recycling day was pushed back just because of scheduling. Usually it's the first weekend in October. This year, it's now November 9th, and that's 8:30 to 4. And again, that's at our Public Works facility in Cedar Grove. All of that is on our website, which is EssexCountyNJ.org. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Puglisi. We will now open public comment to those in the gallery. Again, it is only for those in person. Those joining by Zoom are not able to participate in public comment. Please state your name.
Daniel M. Hello, Daniel M. Reeses, 23 Linden Avenue, West Orange, New Jersey. Good evening. Before I even begin, I just wanted to say that my verbiage of what I wanted to use is obviously appropriate, and I appreciate the preamble, but at no time am I here to berate, badmouth, or talk down to anyone. I've already filed my federal litigation against the parties involved, and everyone in this council knows exactly who I am. Ms. Williams and I have exchanged several emails. She has not responded to a single one of them. And although I'm personally very offended, I'm not here to discuss that. What I'm here to discuss is there are children in the audience. I have 2 children myself. They're 8 and 10. So it's very important you understand that the words that I was going to use are completely different. So if you like football, this is a complete audible. As you can see, there's absolutely no paperwork in front of me other than the lawsuit that I've already filed. I speak with conviction. I speak from the heart. I do not stutter, and I do not practice my words because I do not need to. I do not lie. I have no motivation to lie. You are neither a judge nor lawyers, nor have any policing powers whatsoever. You represent the city of West Orange and its constituents. So it's very important you understand why I'm here. It is my opinion that you have all suppressed a very, very strong concerted effort for me to root out the cancer that is known as X. I do not mention names right now because there are children in the audience and it'll be a disparaging comment. But the attorney, Richard Trank, is at the core of the issue. I have lost over $20 million. When I stood before you over a year ago, I was not arrested. But 2 weeks after the town meeting that I had, I was improperly arrested on my property by Chief Abbott and the rest of the police officers. Those charges were not only dismissed, but Ms. Resnick, who has absolutely zero criminal history, even though I have been arrested when I was younger for selling marijuana. So an argument could be made that, hey, man, this guy has a history, even though it was 20 years ago and it was marijuana. But I'm very honest. Not only was I arrested on my own property, charges were later dismissed. And what's even worse is the only reason why my house was stolen from me is because Chief Abbott himself showed up and illegally evicted a man and a 2-year-old child All these videos are currently on YouTube. I only have 2 minutes and 41 seconds left, which means that I will use every one of these seconds to explain to you who I am. My name is Daniel M. Reeses. I personally took down Senator Menendez via court order from Judge Sherwood. 30 years of corruption were eliminated by one man. That is me. You're welcome. It is disgusting what this city, as well as this state, has turned into. How little any of you care about the actual problems that are plaguing. I watched you clap and applaud a bunch of random things that would have happened no matter what you guys did. 4 officers sat right here, took an oath to defend the US Constitution. How dare, in front of my eyes, you administer an oath to officers that ripped me from my own property in handcuffs, as well as my assistant, without any due process whatsoever, on my own property. Furthermore, the chief of police himself showed up and made sure that his officers acted like goons. Show me one person to stand up to refute my words, and I will show you a liar. I will also show you 45 body camera images, videos that support everything that I say, and you have a very serious problem on your hands. I have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. I expect to be on the agenda for the next meeting on the 8th. I expect it to be a cordial meeting. I expect everyone in the town to be fully aware. The media has suppressed this lawsuit because of the power of the mayor, the chief of police, and a completely corrupt attorney who instilled his own son, who was 21 years old. You have Chris Gengaro working as an attorney on a case. Chris Gengaro's son works for Richard Trank. The nepotism and the disgusting nature of what this town has tolerated. Corruption is not some abstract
You have 1 minute
disease.
remaining.
I understand. It's not an abstract disease. Corruption exists not in a vacuum, but inside of human beings who tolerate it. This council has turned a blind eye, like you, councilman, who seem to be bored and not even paying attention to what I'm saying. Do me and my children losing a home, do I bore you right now with my 40 seconds left? Because clearly, what is your name, sir?
My name is Pete Smiley. I'm not a council person.
Sir, with all due respect, my assistant's gonna get every single, well, we already have them, and I will continue to send emails. And by federal litigation, I swear to you, on my honor, it is much easier to take your head and put it right through that wall than to stop me. My name is Dan Reeses. I ran the Rittenhouse trial. I am non-college graduate. Please put 1 + 1 together. On December 5th, once a new president is sworn in, this game is over. I will see you next month on the 8th. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your passion. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council? Or will we comment at the end, sir? So you're welcome to stick around and wait for the response. It depends on how many people are going to comment. So when everyone's done commenting, then each of us will take a turn responding. Thank you.
Good evening, West Orange, council president, to the mayor. My name is Marilyn Rutherford. I am a resident of West Orange. I stand today to address the administration pertaining to the upcoming local election and those that were placed on the ballot. I'm amazed at how the more things change, the more they remain the same. Over the past month, I reminisced on the past, beginning with 1964, the voting rights, in 1965, Bloody Sunday, in 1966, when my husband, Homer Rutherford, had to flee from the Ku Klux Klan in Americus, Georgia, for registering citizens to vote. Many of you may be thinking that events that took place then do not happen today. Well, believe it or not, I'm here to tell you that in my opinion, and it's only my opinion, they do. It may be time to review the Civil Rights Act signed into law by President Lyndon Johnson in 1964. And you will also see in the Constitution where President Johnson referenced that we believe that all men are created equal. Yet, in my opinion, many are denied equal treatment even today in 2024. I'm sure most of you remember or have heard about the Voting Rights Act when it was signed into law. This was as a result of Bloody Sunday, when John Lewis and many other civil rights leaders and everyday citizens were marching for their right to vote, to only get to the end of the bridge and being met by Alabama State Police that turned dogs loose and used water hoses on the marchers. That was more than 40 years ago. In 1966, my husband, having returned from serving his country for 4 years in the United States Navy, participated in registering citizens to vote. They no longer had to pay a poll tax. If you all know your history, you know, prior to the Voting Rights Act, in order to vote, you had to pay a poll tax, or you had to guess how many jelly beans were in a jar. That was because of the Voting Rights Act, we no longer have to do that today. A group of Ku Klux Klan members threatened to kill my husband if he did not stop. His father was fired from his job. He would not quit. A group of Klansmen went to his home. They lived in the country in the South, and he was threatened. They threatened that they would burn down their homes if he did not stop. They also threatened to kill him and promised that in the upcoming week, he would be killed. And if you know your history, you know that they didn't make idle threats in that day. It was then that his parents convicted him to flee the state, and he moved to our great state of New Jersey. Now, back to my opening statement. The more we think things have changed, the more we see that they have remained the same. My husband, a pastor for 44 years, moderator emeritus for Christian Fellowship Baptist Association, past president of state of New Jersey, NAACP for many terms, past president, 18 years of the Irvington NAACP, an outstanding leader in the African-American community, has always fought for the rights of all people, regardless of race or ethnicity, and always tried to widen the
1 minute remaining.
opportunities for all people. He believes and expresses that we are our brother's keeper and must never compromise justice, never compromise hope, and never compromise peace. I'm disappointed that the council president, and let me just pause for 1 second, because he didn't know I was coming, and he certainly didn't know that I had a statement to make. I'm disappointed that the council president, Bill Rutherford, will not be on the ballot because of a technicality according to the town clerk. I say all of this, one sure way to know that you're doing the right thing is by the reaction of others. As long as you go along with the status quo, as long as you don't ruffle feathers, as long as you do not acknowledge and speak out against inequities and injustices, you can be a part of the good old boys club. It is my belief that when
Your time
you
is
know
up.
an injustice is taking place, it is your responsibility to speak up and speak out. When you don't, you become a part of the problem and not the solution. I had 2 more little short paragraphs, but since my time is up, I will pause. But I do say to West Orange that it is time for West Orange to be inclusive of everyone, not just a few. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mom. Anyone else would like to give public comment?
Good evening. Joe Krakowiak, Grandview Avenue. This is the hardest act I've ever had to follow, so please cut me some slack. No truer words were spoken about downtown redevelopment than at the last council meeting when Councilwoman Scarpa said, quote, "We all love the idea of having the film studio in our downtown. We all would love to see it happen. However, any business person, and there are many of us, knows that the devil is in the details of any business deal. If you include as details millions of dollars at stake and at risk to residents, then I agree. We are indeed faced with the opportunity downtown that, if successful, will likely revitalize that area and boost the township. But we are also faced with the potential for a project that does not realize those expectations and instead becomes another multi-million-dollar millstone on our downtown and our residents, both property owners and renters. Does anyone remember the promises that downtown redevelopment phase 1 was to bring? If so, then why are we now hearing the same things being said about phase 2? This is about a fully informed decision on behalf of residents and about using the same decision-making process we all use. What are the benefits and costs? What are the pros and cons? What's the risk-reward ratio? Every time any of us sees a menu, a computer, a car, a house, anything we value, of value that we want, we figure out the risk, whether the risk is worth the reward, if the potential benefit is worth the cost. Do I have the resources? And what happens if I'm incorrect and things go wrong? I and a few others have asked many hard and legitimate questions at recent council meetings about this project and the redevelopment agreement that was approved 3-2 at the last council meeting. Most of those questions have gone unanswered or half answered. At the last council meeting, I printed my questions and handed them to council members. Again, most questions were not addressed or only somewhat addressed. The lack of transparency is crystal clear. I filed an Open Public Records Act request for the appraisals for the deal's 2 multi-million-dollar properties. I've been told twice this requires multiple weeks of extensions, despite the fact that 2 of the council members have said the appraisals actually exist and should be made public. But what the lack of transparency really means is that the council majority has left it unclear to residents why they voted in favor of this deal relative to the true ultimate multi-million-dollar costs and risks we will bear if things go wrong. Just a few of the outstanding questions. How many millions are we losing by agreeing to accept $10.8 million for a property we paid $12.5 million for only 2 years ago? And this price does not even include the value of 25 Lakeside, housing the public works and animal shelter facilities, which has a market value of millions of dollars. 2, where are these 2 facilities going to relocate? And who is going to pay for that? Prism offered in 2017 to pay more than $9 million just for 25 Lakeside. 3, where is the environmental report that at least one council member touted as finally quantifying the environmental remediation required in this area and justifying the town taking back the financial responsibility for the cleanup from the redeveloper? 4, exactly how much external funding of this first $5 million of what is now our remediation cost actually exists, and what is its status and degree of certainty? Is there any timetable for how long remediation will take? 5, the agreement brings us even closer to granting a payment in lieu of taxes, known as a pilot, which is a poor substitute for the 30-year property tax abatement that would occur. It will cost taxpayers millions of dollars in foregone future revenue before the redeveloper is finally required to pay at the same tax rate as the rest of us. Why are we all but agreeing to this event when we haven't even done a cost-benefit analysis? Any of you who voted for the deal, please answer these questions with specificity. You should know the answers if you made a fully informed decision. Why can't we know? We're the ones that are already bearing the cost of the township's purchase of 55 Lakeside and its elimination of more than $300,000 in annual property taxes, now well over $600,000 lost so far and counting. These are our resources, and we are the ones who are already obligated to begin bearing the cost. Our municipal government is not a casino. Our municipal services do not include real estate speculation. It's one thing to want a shiny bauble under the Christmas tree with the lights blinking in the fresh snow outside. It's quite another thing to make provisions in case the bauble costs more than our net worth, loses its value, or heaven forbid, the Christmas tree goes up in flames and we're all shivering outside. We have the right as residents, I just have two more sentences, please. We have the right as residents to know what the mayor and council majority are getting us into. In addition to the potential benefits, we deserve to also know the costs and risks. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Joyce Rudin, Woodland Avenue. 3 years ago, almost to the day, 45 families in West Orange lost their homes forever. Bad things happen, but this was something that was foreseen. It was warned against. It was preventable. When you take down an old growth forest with over 1,000 trees and you put in artificial turf, which does not absorb water, what do you expect is going to happen? The township bears responsibility for the tragedy that happened to the 45 families who lost their homes forever, 2 of whom are with me tonight. This is one family right over here, Christine Catalino and her 2 young daughters, who bore the expense of the upheaval. Tonight, you have a resolution before you that is giving you back $135,000 from the landlord of Ronjolin to the township, ostensibly to repay you for the hotel fees that the town paid for, that they promised to pay to help the residents who were evicted from their homes. First of all, this seems like a pittance from the landlord, and it makes me wonder what other deal is lurking behind this agreement. Is there some other deal between the township and the property owner? Why such a small settlement? But that aside, there's some irony here. Richard Trank, who helped push this settlement through, also made money from the township suing Ronjolin to get this settlement. This settlement should go to the victims, the people who were hurt by this upheaval, which West Orange is partly responsible for. I'd like to introduce you to Christine. Christine is a resident, and I'd like to ask if I could have a little bit more time because Christine is up here with her children and needs to tell her story. Christine grew up in West Orange. She lived in West Orange her entire life, and she raised her 2 little girls here. She had a very happy life in West Orange in the apartments in Ronjolin. It was a very special community. It was like no other place really in West Orange. It's a U-shaped community where the neighbors each knew each other. There were barbecues. Neighbors helped each other with their dogs, with their children, watching each other. It was a multi-generational community. Really, really very special. And I'm very sad that I didn't really get to know the community until after this happened. On in August, Ida happened. The residents of the township were told that they could stay in their apartment. A few weeks later, the landlord hired an engineering company on October 8th and was told that the mountain behind them was unsafe. On October 11th, in the middle of the night, this family was awoken and told that their lives were forever changed. Christine, if you can tell us.
Before you stop, is that the limit of your public comment, Ms. Rudin?
Well, I'd like to say something afterwards.
Can you give us your public comment and then she can have her 5 minutes?
The rest of my public comment is, I appreciate that the township put out money for these residents. They were promised money they were promised housing until they were fully rehoused. And then the township backed away. In December, they said, sorry, we're done paying for you. You've got a few weeks to get out and find some other housing. My ask for this council is that the money that you will be receiving from this settlement go to the victims, not back into the coffers of West Orange. Christine?
We're going to start in the beginning.
Yep, start over. Yep. Thank you, Ms. Rudin.
Good evening. My name is Christine Catalano. I'm here with my 2 daughters, Gabrielle and Gianna. Gabrielle's 13 and Gianna's 9. I've lived in West Orange for the past 45 years. On October, I believe it was October 11th, our lives were ruined. Midnight, Township came in and told us we all had to evacuate. They did give us alternate housings at hotels here locally, which we went to. I had to fight because I had two young kids. I asked for a kitchen, so we didn't have to buy out every day. It was a hard couple months. West Orange did give me a kitchen. We stayed at the Residence Inn until December came, like Joyce said, and we were evacuated. We were not evacuated, but we were asked kindly to leave. At that point, I still hadn't found housing. I was assigned a councilwoman, Michelle Castellino. I spoke to her once on the phone. She promised to call me back. You never called me back. I never heard back from you. I was on housing, Section 8. Pete, I dealt with you. As of April, I was discharged because I could not find anything within the cap that the state allowed because the rents were so high. I was at a loss with two little kids and nobody there to help. We are asking West Orange to help us, not only my family, but there were other victims in this. There were other families that suffered, people that, from small kids to elderly people who have not survived, didn't even survive to this date. We lost a lot. I lost a community. I lost friends. I've had to recently move out of West Orange because I can't afford West Orange. Prices are astronomical. I don't know. The money I believe, should go to the victims. And we are asking you, West Orange, to please help the victims here. We did nothing wrong. If it was up to me, I'd still be in West Orange. I love West Orange. I feel like we were wronged and there should be compensation to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for public comment?
Like to comment. My name is Christopher Banks.
I'm sorry,
actually- Christopher Banks. You know me very well, Mr. Rutherford, as half of the council does, I believe. The remaining council. Sure, like this, is that good? Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm actually here on behalf of my mom. I was living with her at 275 Northfield. And she was actually the primary tenant. So she can't elaborate and articulate some of the things that basically were going on at that time. And she has an English speaking problem, which I know you can use an interpreter for, but I'd rather just be here because I was actually there at the event, so to speak. That event was life altering, as Christine had pointed out, with her and her entire family. Joy saw from afar, it was life altering. There are some people that were tenants, friends that are no longer here. There are pets that are no longer here. There are lives that have been destroyed. First of all, I saw, and this was just like out of the blue, that there was a resolution between Ron Jolin Apartments or whatever his owning entities are and the Township of West Orange for those proceeds. My question is what's the consideration for the proceeds? Do you know that there is an active pending litigation case against not only the landlord and the landlord entities, but the town as well, even though you have certain immunities? And, you know, our attorneys who are representing, you know, my mother and, you know, the other tenants are looking into other ways to pierce that veil, right? And we're also taking action against Seton Hall. So I don't know how you can come to an agreement when there is active pending litigation, And I could only imagine as the structure still stands there to this very day as a deteriorated property. 2 years it has been sitting there. And I am sure with my limited knowledge base that there are active violations that the town has been putting on that property. Not only to mention that this year, New Jersey specifically required New Jersey risk flood notice. They just enacted that this year. You want to know why? It's to protect, obviously, insurance companies and FEMA from filing insurance claims such as this. And they made it the responsibility of the landlord, not the tenant. So what I'm trying to say is that there are laws that have been enacted by this very own state and have been influenced by FEMA. Because in order for the flood notice, you have to actually go on FEMA's website to see if you're in a floodplain zone. But we know things about climate can change. I get it. Like everything that happened with Helene. But this very situation could have been stopped by simply building a retaining wall. I can go to any structural engineering company in the tri-state area, and they can literally go back and see why there should have been an elevating wall to protect the rock slope from even sliding. Now, would it have made a difference? The force of that, whatever the case is, of all the limestone subsurface. But the fact of the matter is that there was not an attempt while under the landlord's ownership, of the property owner's ownership, a care, a duty to even put that wall up to protect its own tenants. And that to me is failure. You're making an agreement with failure.
You have 1 minute remaining.
I don't need the minute. That's all I have to say. Thank you, by the way.
Mr. Banks.
Well, it's on behalf of my.
Understood. You're welcome to join us at the microphone.
Anyways, good evening. I'm Christine Catalano's daughter. I'm Gabrielle. So in regards to the situation that happened 2 years ago where we had to get evacuated, I just want to say that going back to that moment, it was really horrific for me because not only did that incident cause me to have to move and leave all my friends, but I have never seen my mom in this predicament. And for you guys to all sit up here nonchalantly and to watch her cry and shake, not only, this is a man right here who was put behind bars. You guys, you specifically, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being disrespectful. With all due respect, you put a man behind bars. You also evicted this man out of his house too. And so for me to watch and listen as a 13-year-old girl who all of you are well over my age and understand everything that's going on is actually concerning to me. I know my mom called you and for her to say that you never reached back to her and for you to say, yes, you did. I'm on my mom's phone 24/7. She has to ask me for it back. I have never seen your name pop up on her screen, but I'm getting off topic, sorry. But I just want to say like
You're doing great.
One moment, Mr. Reeses.
It's just crazy to
Let her
me.
speak.
It's just it baffles me to see that a council meeting be so nonchalant towards citizens in their town. That's all I have to say.
Anyone else want to participate in public comment?
Robert, last name Rashkes, Rashkes, address 35 Oak Crest Road. And I noticed that the new signs in the back parking lot that say municipal employee parking only, permit required. And my question is, After hours, if the visitors spots are filled up, is it okay for the public to park in the back parking lot when attending a meeting like the town council meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rashkis. Anyone else? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. I want to thank all of you for joining us during public comment. Going to go in reverse order. We're going to start with Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you. Good evening, West Orange. Thank you for your public comment. For those who came into council chambers, thank you, Mr. Fagan, Mr. Polisi, always for your timely updates. I'm sorry, Mr. Reeses, this is pending litigation. You indicated that it's federal litigation, but litigation regardless, we are not to comment on active litigation with the municipality. So I apologize, I have no comment.
Yeah.
I'm speaking. I'm speaking. If I didn't interrupt you, sir, so please don't interrupt me.
So, Mr. Reeses, just for a moment. So the way this works is we give public comment to those that are in the gallery. When public comment is closed, then we respond. That response is not to get another response from the public. It is merely to put on the record what our position are to the extent that, what our positions are to the extent that we have one. I do understand your passion, sir. I understand a little bit about your case. So I do get it. I don't want you to feel like we're being punitive to you. But we do have to maintain a level of decorum in here. And so at this point, it's our time to respond to the public. And then if there's anything further, I'm happy to give you my phone number and my email. And we can discuss this, to the extent that I'm allowed. So unfortunately, I can't actually. Yeah, it's yes. And this is a back and forth. Sir, 1 second, Mr. Moon. Sir, this is exactly what we're trying to avoid. Thank you. Unfortunately, for those that don't know, we are allowed to lie. People lie in this chamber, have lied in this chamber, and likely will again. It is horrible. It is despicable. It is not what people put us up here to do. However, it is not illegal and it is permissible, as distasteful and wrong as it is. Councilwoman.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rutherford, for your comments as well. Mr. Kukoviac, as far as the downtown redevelopment is concerned, phase 1, you mentioned in Prism. I do recall your advocacy for many, many years that the former redeveloper was not meeting your expectations and that they should be removed. It may not have been at the pace that you sought, but ultimately that redevelopment partner was dismissed and we moved on trying to identify some additional improvements for the downtown corridor. You have asked a myriad of questions. The responses have been provided to you by the administration and some of those responses by some of the professionals who were actually in here when we made that vote. I'm sorry that they weren't satisfactory to you, but the administration is here and they certainly can respond if they so desire. You also mentioned about a pilot. And we have not identified a pilot. It's optional for them to come back and ask for a pilot. So I just take exception with the fact that you're putting out information that is completely misinformation. In addition to a pilot, you made an assumption that it would be a 30-year pilot. Pilots don't have to be a 30-year time period. Pilots can be 1 year, they can be 5 years, they can be 10 years, whatever is the agreement between those two parties. And then you also mentioned 55 Lakeside Avenue. We know that there's a tremendous amount of contamination where we are proposing this redevelopment project. This contamination has been in existence for many, many years. You talked about where the funding is going to come from. It was very clear at the last meeting that we're seeking funding to do the cleanup. So again, none of this is going to be certain until the funds have been allocated, applied for, and then allocated. But what's interesting to me is the fact that no one is mentioning that that cleanup is the responsibility of West Orange. And if we don't have a partner that's willing to go in with us and help us do that cleanup, then it is going to be on the burden on the taxpayers, on our residents. So again, it's just making sure when we make statements, we make accurate statements, we give complete information and not the information that is going to taint or lean towards one way. So again, just asking that when you ask these questions of us, that you also state the complete questions or the complete information and not all of it. As far as Ron Jolin is concerned, again, that is on our agenda and I will debate that issue or discuss that issue further when it does come up on the agenda. We also talked about parking spaces in the rear, again, to the administration, but I can't imagine that they would enforce parking in the evening hours in the parking lot when there is an event here in Town Hall. That just doesn't make sense. And I understand your concern in making sure not to get ticketed, but I just can't even imagine that that would be something that would be considered, especially if there's an event here. And I think that addresses most of the comments. If I missed someone's comments, again, I apologize, but it should be on the agenda and we will get to it at the appropriate time. Council President, that completes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Thank you. Daniel, thank you for coming and enlightening us. We have been given guidance that this is under litigation and we cannot discuss it. But thank you for coming and I see your passion.
Sir, please, yeah, please. No, that time has passed. Thank you. Councilwoman.
Okay, Marilyn Rutherford, wow. I just can't thank you enough for your wonderful history lesson and the important message that you've conveyed to us. I hear you and I will definitely think about your words as we move forward. Thank you so much. Mr. Kukoviac, thank you for always keeping us honest. You are right that those of us who are astute business people, who understand commercial real estate development, really have an obligation to pay more attention to what we're doing. Transparency continues to be an issue. You're right, the appraisals should be available to you immediately. And as I had mentioned, the language in the contract was something that I had a problem with surrounding the pilots. It puts us in a very poor position to negotiate a pilot. So thank you for bringing those issues to the forefront, and I hope you will continue to make the public aware. You're an invaluable resource. Joyce, thank you so much for bringing Christine Catalano and her beautiful children, Gabriel. I am heartbroken. You know, I was one of the people over a decade who was concerned about that development, who understands the issues with the turf and the trees being decimated. And that's why I promise you, I am going to advocate so hard for a stormwater ordinance that will have teeth. It's why I brought Jessica Pearson here to our last meeting. She is on the planning board in Verona and is very self-taught expert in this area. I have been learning a lot about it and working with her now for several weeks. And I will be routing around to a number of people, you and our Green West Orange and my council colleagues, the work that we've done to help people understand the importance, how this ordinance is going to affect the lives of all of our residents. We all get flooded around here in West Orange. We're a township of hills and valleys. And thank you so much for bringing your story to us, because we all need to hear it over and over again. I worked with another resident for over 6 months whose neighbor just put up a fence improperly and didn't do the proper stormwater management. And their basement flooded every single time it rained. This is a problem that our residents need to understand. We need to educate them. We can't cut down trees and decimate forests, and we can't do construction projects without doing our due diligence and doing them properly. And I promise you, I will really work to make sure this is right. Charles Banks, you're very eloquent. Thank you for coming here and supporting your mother. I learned a lot just now listening to you, a lot that I didn't know. And it's so important that members of the public come and enlighten us. So thank you, and I will do whatever I can. And that's about it.
Thank you. No, sir. At some point, right, like this is now the 4th or 5th time, I'm going to ask the officer to remove you if you continue to address us. That time has passed. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. But we don't allow this back and forth. That is not what this meeting is for. We have been able to have a short agenda tonight. We have an opportunity to handle the work, and we're going to handle the work. That is one of the issues. Each of us is going to address it, but we cannot have the back and forth. Thank you. 973, I'll give it to you now. Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Scarpa. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming out tonight and for sharing your voice and your comments. Mr. Racist, I want to thank you for your commentary and sharing your side with us. We received an email from our township attorney that no member of the council or the township or representative of the township should respond because it's pending litigation. While I can't comment on that, I am sympathetic towards you and your family, and I'm sorry that you guys lost your home. Thank you. Mrs. Rutherford, thank you for coming here tonight and, sharing what you shared with us. I'm also disheartened by what happened, and, I hope that justice prevails. Mr. Koviak, thank you for your advocacy. I hope that the administration is able to answer all of your questions. And regarding the downtown deal, my sentiments regarding this. I've been very vocal about it. And at this point, I will believe it when I see it. Last year I had issues with how this company came about, the contract itself, which I went through in detail and changed a few things with the support of my colleagues. And, I don't like the clause with the pilot in there. We keep talking about how they gave us $200,000 and how we'll get another $200,000 where, since we purchased that property, we've lost over $200,000 in tax revenue. And, if we didn't purchase it, we wouldn't have been responsible for cleanup. Because Prism, I believe, would have been responsible for the cleanup of that property. Mr. Rashkis, I will defer to the administration, but I believe the parking is available to residents after work hours. Mrs. Rudin, Mrs. Catalano, Mr. Banks, Gabby, thank you guys for sharing your story with us. While I was not on the council when this happened, I am very sympathetic. My heart goes out to you and all the residents who were displaced. I do have questions regarding this resolution, regarding the money. Where is it going? Is it going back into the Sunshine Fund? I think we need a full understanding and accounting And what about the FEMA money that we received? Did they refund the money back into the Sunshine Fund? What happened with that? I would love to see proof before we vote on it. So I'm gonna ask, I know I have more questions, that we pull this. And if the money didn't come from the Sunshine Fund to pay for the shelter, then where did it come from? Did it come from the taxpayer dollars? Then if that's the case, then we, the people, have a right to know, because it was over, because a lot of people have reached out to me about this, and you know, it was over 300,000 that was spent. And if it did come from taxpayer dollars, then the town council at the time should have voted for it and approved the expenditure. You know, the people want transparency. And, you know, again, these are the questions I have based on what others have told me, have asked me. They want transparency about where the money came from, where it's going to, and we just want to make sure the process is followed correctly. And also, what is the plan to replenish it? I mean, you know, we're having these storms more often now, like look what's happening around the country. So, I mean, do we have an emergency fund set aside for emergency issues going forward? And what's considered a normal amount for the Sunshine Fund? You know, is there anything in there now? And so those are my questions. That's it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Okay. Mr. Reese, I see you're taping for him. No, that's okay. You know, thank you for coming in. These situations are tough because we cannot discuss them when there's litigation. I appreciate your story and I feel your passion, but the administration's going to have to address it. And so I'm sorry that disappoints you, but that's just a fact that it's part of our job. Same thing, Mrs. Rutherford, thank you as well for coming in. You're a good mom. And I really appreciate the story and sharing your husband's plight from years ago. And I did not know that. And it's very, very tough to hear. So it is a tough situation. And, you know, I wish you and your family well. Mr. Kukoviac, okay. You know, we sat together on the council for quite a few years and I appreciated your passion back then in regards to the redevelopment and going back to PRISM. And we, you know, I'm going to echo some of my colleagues' comments in regards to some of the advocating you did for PRISM. And when they weren't getting their housing project done, they were slated to get beautiful townhomes built back there. As you all know, there was environmental issues. And so therefore they did not get built. You also know that Mr. Hanley, who you worked with in the past, who handles the finance and will work out the pilot for us when we start to have those conversations, if we have those conversations. With these redevelopment projects, it's all about the financials and how they work. So we're not there yet, number one. Number two, there will be some ask of the township and benefit that we will ask for in order to initiate a pilot. And again, for the public's sake and transparency, those conversations, we are not there yet. We're not there in that part of the process. So a lot of these questions can't be asked and answered yet. This is a purchase agreement. We're not closing yet. There's more discussion to come. And I'm sure our new chief financial officer will give a very thoughtful presentation when the time comes. And the mayor's right here. So, you know, that obviously will be done in the future, but we're not there yet. The developer who is doing the build out for Lionsgate in Newark has a great reputation. He's also extending 1.5 million in an interest-free loan to the township to start the process with the environmentals, which is very important. And those financials will be worked out at the closing. We anticipate receiving up to $5 million. And if we need more, Mayor has already applied for some other funding, brownfield funding. So we anticipate that the environmentals all are covered. But let's start with where we were going with this purchase in the beginning. We were going to, the developer was coming in to buy all the properties and cover all of the properties that we had purchased 2 years ago. And the council decided as a whole, I did not support that, to divide the transaction into pieces. And now we do not have the second piece of this transaction. We do not have a buyer for. We had some interest, but it wasn't beneficial to the township. So therefore, we haven't moved on that. I felt, as I'm not going to speak for my other two colleagues who supported the project, felt that this project would be beneficial to the downtown. I abstained at the first read of the resolution because I wanted to have more dialogue with the attorney to have some additional pieces put into the contract, and then I was satisfied and moved forward. So as far as your questions and answer period, we're not there yet with all the cost analysis that you're looking for at this time, but we will be there soon. And I'm looking forward to that conversation. We're also receiving, the taxes are being covered $200,000 a year. We received 400,000 so far from the developer. And let's not forget, we are making a bond payment, and therefore we need to get these properties back on our tax rolls. Okay, now the tough part of the night. And Christina, I'm really, really sorry. We talked, I remember speaking with you. This whole incident was horrible. When it happened, it was absolutely horrible, horrifying. I remember how upset you were, and your daughters are beautiful. And Gabrielle, you did a great job up here speaking. I know that was hard to do, and you did a wonderful job. I know it's frustrating. It looks like we don't care, but we have to sit here and hold a quorum and wait for everyone to go. And that's when we come back and respond. So I know it looks like we don't care, but believe me, when your mom spoke, and I'm looking at her now crying, it breaks our heart. So of course we care. At that time, let's forget, just to go back, in Florida, that apartment building collapsed and killed all those people. And thank God here, lives were saved. And I remember having a conversation with you about things, and you have your beautiful children and moving on. I apologize. I don't mean to insult you. I thought we spoke after that. I know Laura Van Dyke, we were assigned 5 people, and we were working with 5 other, I had 4 other situations. And, we make calls. We make calls to all our contacts that we could think of in different apartment complexes, single family homes. I mean, we spent a lot of time trying to place everyone. And again, it was something that we all wanted to do, who was on the council at that time, because we felt for you. So we try to break out all the stops. I remember behind me on Susan Court, there was an apartment available. I'm not sure if you were the one, or I would have to go back, but we were just trying to get folks. And I know it was hard because you had, your rent was reasonable there. You were there a long time. So we know how rent control works. And now we see that in the township now, people are hurting because, the new apartments are the thing to go to, and they're extremely expensive. And even the affordables aren't affordable. It's crazy. The way that people are buying up, even, investors are buying up 2 families homes and making a fortune. And I really felt bad. And I remember speaking with the school district and trying to place all the children to stay on the school rolls, even if they did move out of town, to complete their school year, because we didn't want kids to switch school. We did not want you to leave your school. And I had a conversation at the time. Cheryl Butler from the district was working on it. So a lot of calls were made, and I know Laura Van Dyke was spent. I mean, she worked day and night, and she tried to, and again, I'm not going to say what I donated and whatnot, because I'm not that type of person. I was taught you do something for someone, you keep it to yourself. But, a lot of efforts went on in the town for resources. And I'm sorry that you had to leave in December. I know we did have folks that stayed longer in some cases, if I remember. And again, I shouldn't talk because I don't want to quote myself because I remember it seemed longer than just that time frame. But the town, we had no problem. There was conversation. We did have some kind of vote. I can't remember it, but I know we did have conversation. Mayor Parisi reached out to everyone. This was totally transparent. I have to give kudos to Councilwoman Matu Brown. She went above and beyond, working really hard for everyone. And at that time in my life, I didn't have that much time to dedicate to because I was going through some health procedures and some had other personal issues and only spent X amount of time. But yeah, I'm really sorry about all this. And, of course, if we could work something out, but that money was taxpayer money. What this is about tonight with the resolution was money that got extended out from the taxpayers' money. And then it was coming back to us to put back to the taxpayers. Now, whether we decide to designate that somewhere else, again, we have attorney here tonight and there's conversations, but we have to accept the settlement tonight. And so that's something that we could let the attorney speak to later. We did get briefed at our last closed session because this was litigation that was settled. And we were glad to get monies recouped from what we, extended out. And so FEMA covered X amount and then the landlord, I believe, covered the rest of it, but not all of it. I think the township's still out about what, $15,000?
Well, this is the settlement.
Yeah, the settlement, right? Aren't we still out $15,000?
The demand in the litigation was 155, the settlement's for 100.
Yeah, and we did have conversation in close in regards to because I knew the money came from the Sunshine Fund. People were very generous at that time because we're coming right off of COVID, and then we still had a lot of COVID cases. But I'm really sorry for all the families. I mean, I know it's been tough on all of you, and I feel bad. I'm sorry. I wish you would have reached out to me again. We wrapped everything up with Laura. I'm not going to throw it her way, but I know, we were told when everybody was secured and had housing. So I apologize if, the communication wasn't there on my end and I dropped the ball. I'm really, really sorry, but we all did what we could for everybody at that time. So and I'll talk to you tomorrow if you want to call me, but I'm sorry. I just want to apologize to your daughters as well. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. As always, Mr. Puglisi and Mr. Fagan, thank you for your information, community updates. Mr. Reeses, I am pleased that you were able to provide public comment tonight. Because it is an active matter of litigation, we are not allowed to comment. I will note that multiple residents raised an issue with Mr. Trink, and so I will address Mr. Trink without addressing you directly. To my mother, first of all, love you. For those that don't know, I am very proud to be the son of both my mother and my father. They have been on the front lines of fighting for justice in New Jersey since before I was born. And that is the type of family that I come from. I am a pastor that was raised in the Black Baptist Church and a member of the clergy, not just in Essex County, but in New Jersey. I grew up in that environment and was nurtured in that environment. And it has allowed me to withstand enormous pressure and horrific, disgusting, despicable politics, and do it with a level of confidence and grace, at least I believe. It is not lost on me. First off, I wanted to say to West Orange, I could not keep my mother from talking if I wanted to. I come from a family that certainly respects our elders. And to this day, I am her son. So even if I had known, there's literally nothing I could have done about it. But I do thank you for your tenacity, for your insight, and for your advocacy on all of these other issues, including this one. And this is also a matter of litigation. And I will say, what I've been dealing with civilly so far, I've not been successful yet, but I believe this is election fraud. And I will not stop until I get justice for what is being done. And I want to say to West Orange, anyone can speculate as to why I am not on the ballot. But I will just give you a history lesson. It's completely unrelated. I can't connect those dots, but I can walk down the last 2 years. 2 years ago, when Mr. Trank's contract came up for renewal, it failed. It failed in a 2-2 tie. And Council President Williams, from this seat, immediately after the last vote, said, "Mayor, in our form of government," she was sitting right over there, "you are allowed to break the tie. What is your vote?" And the mayor voted after having been a council member for more than 20 years and having never had a mayor vote in a council proceeding before. And the contract was awarded to him over protest. 2 days later, we received a letter stating that we had to rescind, or maybe it was 3 days, to rescind that resolution that awarded Mr. Trank's private law firm a contract, and had to vote again. And when we voted again, that contract then failed for a second time in a 3-2 vote. Now, any honorable mayor would have a conversation with their township attorney and say, until this matter is clarified, until your firm has a contract, transition your cases. Maybe I can convince them to allow your firm to do work for the township. Maybe they will appreciate the quality of work that you have provided. Maybe there's something legally we can do to challenge their vote. But the town council voted, and that vote for your contract failed. And a leader would have done that, but that wasn't done. What was done was a complete ignoring of the will of the council. And I want to sidebar for a second, because that's not the only time a vote of this town council has been ignored. We debated over multiple meetings whether or not to change a resolution that allowed the zoning board chair to remain in his office as chair, not as a member of the zoning board, but as the chair of the zoning board for more than 2 consecutive terms. And that vote failed. And that vote failed 2 years ago. And the zoning board chair is still there. When you appointed Mr. Abbott as your interim business administrator, the law says he serves in that capacity for 60 days to allow you time to find a new one should you choose. And it is not a constitutionally required position. So we could go without a BA. I wouldn't advise it, but it wouldn't violate the law. And here we are 2 years later almost, or over a year later, and he's still serving in that position. So Mr. Trink serving without a contract is not unusual for West Orange, unfortunately. So we started pulling his bills. For those that don't know, after Mr. Trink continued to operate in the same exact capacity as he had before we took the vote and his contract failed, we decided we were going to pull his bills, and we did. We pulled his bills, which meant the CFO at that time was not allowed to pay Mr. Trink's firm, and he paid him anyway. And you can shake your head, no, Mayor, but the individual that sent me the email with the receipts with the checks and the invoices is in the chamber tonight. When that was raised as an issue, that Mr. Trank was being paid without council approval by a CFO who had $100,000 written into his contract that we could not claw back when he no longer did the work to earn that 100,000, 60 from being the BA and 40 from the shared services agreement with Dover. And there are other issues with that as well. When we raised that as an issue, then we were sued. And the request of the court, which is incredulous to me, the request of the court was to compel the town council to award a contract to Mr. Trank's firm and rescind the resolution of no support. I just want to say, and I find it interesting, that resolution does not supersede state law. State law, local public contracts law says no municipality can use the services of a professional services award, under a professional services award, in this case, a law firm, without a contract. Now, there are exceptions. If you have a qualified purchasing agent, you can go up to about $44,000 worth of work. Once you reach $44,000, that work has to stop. That is the state law. Whether the resolution gets rescinded or not, it does not supersede state law. And what this judge has required this council to do is violate the law because he still does not have a contract. He has not been a contract has not been presented to this council because it would fail today. And the only reason he is allowed to get paid today is he is using the law to break the law. Now, that's one of many. And I can go on for another 30 minutes. But we recently just awarded a new garbage contract. And after much debate, a question was asked of the attorney, one of the particulars about the contract. And the attorney, Mr. Gingaro at the time, was sitting, I believe, in Mr. Detiniak's seat, or maybe Mr. Moon's. He was sitting over there. He was not allowed to answer. And the question was, why? And what was said to us at that time was, well, we have special counsel for the garbage contract. And the next question was, why? And the answer to that question provided by Mr. Abbott was that there is a conflict of interest between the township attorney and the company that was awarded the contract. That was news. All five of us said it was news at that time. One of us has since had her recollection refreshed, but four of us were unaware that there was a conflict of interest between the township attorney and the company that was awarded the garbage contract. And that required us to then go into executive session and discuss what remedies do we have as a town council now that we are made aware of a conflict of interest. And between that moment and the time we had executive session, we found out there was a second conflict of interest with that same township attorney. He has a contract with the person who wrote the RFP for the garbage contract. And he also has a contract with the company that was awarded the business. Now, if nothing is wrong with that, it certainly gives the appearance of impropriety. And it certainly lends credence to our concerns for hiring his private firm to do work. To me, that would be too much. If it was my mother, whom I love and respect dearly, if it was her firm, I would ask her to step down because that is the right thing to do. It's not about me. It's not about her. It's about the 50,000 people that call West Orange home and pay their property taxes here, patronize these businesses, go to these schools. And there are other issues. Now, all of us took an oath to uphold the state constitution. We administered that same oath to 4 brand new police officers tonight. And I hope they do not take from our example how to uphold that oath, because we are violating that oath tonight on our bills list are bills for the Trent Siddiqui firm, and they still don't have a contract. So what if we're dissatisfied with their service? What if they went rogue? What if what if all of the partners were embroiled in a scandal? We have no mechanism to even get out of the contract because there is no contract. And I'm amazed. I'm amazed at how people can think that that is not a big deal. The gaslighting that goes on in this town is elite level. So, after having said all of that, obviously I'm disappointed. And obviously you're not. And that's okay. I'm not worried about what happens with this particular civil matter. What I think people should be worried about are criminal matters. Now, I want to go back to some other things that my mother said. I'm disappointed that I'm not on the ballot either. You know how I'm handling that. But one thing she mentioned was how my father came to New Jersey. What she did not mention is when he was state president of the NAACP, that is when the judge decided the case and put the consent order on West Orange, which forced us to integrate our police department in the 1990s. Now, and may he rest in peace, Denzel McClutcher, I believe, was the first or the second police officer hired in West Orange. I could be wrong, but I think he was first or second. And my father made sure that that lawsuit got over the line. And there were powerful interests on the other side of that. It wasn't just West Orange. There were powerful interests throughout the state of New Jersey on the other side of that argument. And not one time did he buckle, backtrack, or waver. Now, I point that out because I want you all to know that is exactly how I am. And I am not going to stop. Now, I'm sure my attorney would not be happy how much I have elaborated in this public session, but that's all right. He and I will deal with that. Mr. Kukoviac, I will answer your questions, at least the ones that I've written down. I've answered them before. I will answer them again. I hope this is the last time that I have to answer these questions. In any development, there's a potential for success and a potential for failure. That's just the nature of the business. What I have been intentional about in all of these meetings is making sure that certain things happen a certain way. When my presence, when my influence was attempted to be undermined, I put a stop to it immediately. And I made sure that the interests of the residents were represented in each one of those meetings. I took that responsibility. I'm not saying no one else did. I'm talking about myself. I made sure the interests of the residents were represented in each one of those meetings. You've asked about how many millions will we lose by selling this for 10.8 million compared to the 12 million we purchased it for. So there is an answer to that. The answer is zero. We're not going to lose any millions, right? Based on your own calculus, and this is based on the purchase price, we're not selling all of the property that we purchased for the 12 million to this particular developer. There's almost 3 acres that are left outside of this sale. And when we sell that property, we will sell it at a price that gets us back to 12 million. Now, that doesn't mean we won't lose money. Our first deal involved no payment from the interim developer to the township for the rights to develop. So we went over a year without any payments. That's $300,000 in tax revenue that we lost. When we had the opportunity to entertain a new developer, one of the first things they said without prompting, which is what got my ear and made me feel like I should listen to these guys. Prior to that, I wouldn't, and I'll get back to that in a second, was that they were willing to pay us up front $400,000. That's $400,000 to replace the lost tax revenue on that property for the year or so that they are interim redeveloper. I thought that was a show of good faith, and I thought that was a good deal for the town. It alleviated the loss we had from the property taxes. Now, my colleague is right when she says we separated those other 3 acres. We absolutely did. I made the recommendation. I made that recommendation after speaking to 2 of my colleagues who were no's. And I made that recommendation and others in an attempt to get them to be a yes. Because when you have a developer willing to spend 9 figures, they don't want to do it in an unstable political environment. So, in the spirit of compromise, I wasn't pleased with how we got to that point either. But let's parcel out this piece and we'll get it right from this point forward, at least with regard to the RFP. Now, on that RFP, and I will say this again, I've said it before. Councilwoman Scarpa, Deborah Michael, and myself have been imploring the mayor to put out an RFP since February of 2023. Put out an RFP. In March of 2023, I met with the Economic Development Committee, and they agreed unanimously, none of whom are my appointees, to recommend that we put out an RFP. I told the mayor directly on multiple occasions, Mayor, if you don't put out an RFP, it's going to be hard to get this deal done. And I was ignored. And then we're presented with an opportunity. And this is a tough vote. There are many that support me, that don't want me to vote for it. But after looking at the impact of this project on our Main Street corridor, it is the best opportunity for West Orange. And in spite of the politics, of which I am the target, I still supported it. Not because it's good for me, and certainly not because it's good for the mayor, but because it's good for West Orange. Why? 500 to 600 permanent jobs. Many, many more thousands and tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue from taxes, even with a pilot, than we would have otherwise. The opportunity to have the remediation costs taken care of by someone other than West Orange residential property taxpayers. And that is going to measure in the many millions of dollars. And I would not have voted for that if I was not convinced that we would, that not just that we had applied for the grant money, but that we will receive the grant money to clean up that site. As well as all of the ancillary benefits to the infrastructure downtown, whether it's parking, traffic, lighting, sidewalks, the opportunity to have the second part of that development provide the type of retail spaces that we need downtown. This is our last best chance to renovate our Main Street. And while Councilwoman Castellino and I don't agree on some things, we certainly do agree on this. Our Main Street businesses need it. They have been waiting for us to do something transformative like this for over 20 years. It is the best deal, given all of the different dynamics. And the last thing I'll say is because it is a movie studio, there are tax credits available from the state that make this project more profitable for them, which means whenever we get to a pilot, less burden is on the township because they're getting so much in tax credits from the state. Now, I disagree with Councilwoman Scarpa when she says the language regarding the pilot puts us in a poor position to negotiate. It does not. It does not affect our position to negotiate. A pilot will be negotiated based on the merits. And then it will be presented to the town council at that time. And I understand that there are some that don't believe that. I get it, because you don't trust this administration. I don't either. But you do have to trust someone. And at least for me, as long as I'm in the room, it's going to be fair. So the town council will then vote on it. And it will take 3 votes to pass it. Township will have an opportunity to weigh in whether they like it or not. And the council will take that under advisement when the council votes at that time. But none of that has been done yet. And nothing that's in this agreement limits that negotiation at all. I already addressed why I support this project in comparison to the risk. Where will DPW and the animal shelter relocate? That is a very good question, and we don't have an answer to that. And that's a disappointment too. We've been asking when Mr. Gross was the CFO, where are we going to put DPW? Like, let's not wait until we get to that moment and we need it to make a decision under duress when time is working against us. It's an administrative function. Council can't do that. And just for the record, in case it was unclear before, the town has not taken back the cost of remediation. Now, is there a timetable for cleanup? If there is, I'm not aware of it, but I don't expect it to be short. I do expect that type of cleanup to take multiple years. We did not lose 600,000 in taxes. We lost 300,000 for the first year, and now we've been paid 400,000 for the second. I hope that answers your questions, Mr. Kukoviac. Ms. Rudin, I do want to thank you for your continued advocacy and involvement in all of these issues in town. My heart goes out to Gabrielle. You certainly did an outstanding job. I don't know what your future holds, but you're an outstanding public speaker. And I do expect to see you speaking publicly, you know, at some point down the road, whether it's in the near future or far. It is clear you have what it takes to address a crowd. Your courage and your conviction and your confidence is to be applauded. And so I think this was an opportunity to put that on display in real time without being prepared and without being nervous about it, thinking about it beforehand, just getting up and doing it. And you did a phenomenal job. Mom, you should be proud as well, and I know you are. But to Christopher or Mr. Banks and to you, Ms. Catalano, we certainly do sympathize with you. I do believe there is a lawsuit. I'm not sure if the township is still named in that lawsuit or not, but I do believe there's a lawsuit. We can't just do that. We can't just take money from one pot and put it to another. But I do sympathize with you. And I will say, you know, I think, and again, I've been advised to be very careful in how I address this publicly because it is a matter of pending litigation. But I have said before, we were warned about what could happen if certain precautions were not taken. And so I'm disappointed that those warnings weren't heeded. I do have some additional questions on the resolution. I'm going to discuss those at that time. But that entire thing was a fiasco. I will give credit where it is due. Although the response to having the residents evacuate, I felt could have been handled better. Immediately stepping up and providing housing and food and additional resources for all of those residents, even for a limited period of time, I thought was a great gesture on the part of the township. Again, that was not a council function. That was a mayor function. But the council did approve some payments, and I can't recall exactly what they were. We'll get into that when we get to the resolution. But we approved those, you know, way after the initial event. at the initial event, provisions were made at least that night and for the next several months to move. But you do highlight an issue. We don't have enough affordable housing in West Orange. Now, it's not just West Orange, it's everywhere. But we certainly do have an enormous number of affordable housing units that need to be built here to make the township more affordable. And I think there's a way to do it. That's part of what I'm trying to accomplish on this Main Street project too. So, there's very limited things that I can say about that because there is litigation, but I do want you to know that you do find a sympathetic ear. And for both of you, I'm happy to give you my contact information so that we can discuss this matter when we're not in a public setting. And some folks will say, well, that's behind closed doors. No, sir, you can't. Sorry. No, you can't. I'm sorry. You cannot. I can't. I'm sorry. You can't. I hear you. You're welcome to share it with them. But I'm happy to give you my contact information as well. My parents are right behind you. They can give it to you. Joyce Rudin has it as well. She can give it to you for both of you so that we can discuss this matter further where I don't have to worry about it being in a recorded session and showing up in a lawsuit somewhere. And Ms. Rudin, you asked a question. It begs the question, what other deal is Mr. Trank involved in with regard to this particular issue? Well, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if there's another deal, but I would certainly like to know. I think everything else was covered. Mr. Rabbit, do you want to address the parking issue?
Tonight. Can you refresh my memory what the parking issue is?
Are we enforcing parking, permit parking in the?
No, the public is welcome to park in those spots after hours.
Okay, it looks like the mayor would like to respond. I'm gonna ask that you pause and allow her to respond.
Unless you have another question. I thanked you once publicly for your vote on the downtown. Thanked you again for explaining your reasons why you voted on the downtown. Oh, I'm saying that I thank Council President for his vote on the downtown when he initially voted, and I thanked him again when the vote passed. I wanted to explain. I came to the council. I came to the Economic Development Commission. The reason we did not submit that RFP at that time was because we had a developer offering us $40 million for that project before it was bifurcated into two separate things. So that's why the RFP never went out. And I wanted to say, God bless your mom and dad, because each one of the cases that you just mentioned, my lawsuit against the town council, the zoning chair, and the omission on your admission on the ballot have each been decided by the court. And the fact that you made reference to your dad being a fighter, I see that because you are ignoring each one of those decisions and have filed appeals on them. So all the best to you, but I just wanted to say that the court made the decisions for the township.
Well, since we're talking about that, with regard to the ballot issue, the court has decided on a procedural basis, not on the facts of the matter. Now, I'm going to stop there because I don't want to jeopardize my own self. But with regard to your lawsuit against us, the judge hasn't decided. She's given interim relief.
Right, and the judge decided that Mr. Trank has the responsibility of the law director and all.
Challenging his law director. This is about his private firm having a contract. That is what you asked the judge to compel us to award, and the judge has not decided that.
And then you went 4 months without paying him for services that were rendered.
And he was paid, and he shouldn't have rendered those services, but he was still paid. Yeah. Any further debate? Mr. Abbott?
I have no comment on it.
You already commented on the parks? I mean, on the parking?
Yeah.
All right. I think that's the only other issue for the administration. Please. Anything else, colleagues, before I close our response to the public? All right. Madam Clerk, are you still with us?
I am. I just want to remind
on her.
everybody to please speak into your microphones because it's very hard to hear. Now I'm on the opposite side, so now I understand what people are talking about. Okay, consent agenda, approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting, September 24th, 2024.
Consent.
Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bill list.
Consent.
Thank you.
Any bills being pulled?
I just had one question.
Sure.
Under the mayor salaries and wages, there's overtime. I had never seen that before, and I just wanted to know what that overtime was.
Is that for her assistant?
Is that her assistant? Because the mayor doesn't get overtime, so I just was wondering what it was.
Councilwoman, Councilwoman, what we found when we were working on payroll 21 was that there were 2 employees that had been misclassified, misallocated to the mayor's line item. Those employees belong in the retired citizens program. So what you're seeing in that hourly and that overtime section of the payroll 20, which is on the bill list, are actually those 2 employees that belong in the retired citizens program. So we've now reclassified those employees to reclassify those employees to be correctly allocated to their home department. And the next bill list, you're going to see an adjustment because we're going to take payrolls 1 through 20 and correctly allocate what we have already paid out to that retired citizens program. So you'll see a negative on the mayor's line item in that hourly and overtime section, and you'll see a larger expenditure in that retired citizens program. And that's that reallocation.
Thank you for clarifying that. There's been a lot of unusual accounting in the past, and thank you for cleaning it up. And I'm sure we're going to have no problem moving forward.
And Mr. Dutniak, I want to thank you as well, because I know this is something that I had also mentioned to you right before the meeting started. So thank you for finding that answer out for us.
I was like, we should start with this yesterday. So yes, then, like I said, it's 2 employees that they work in the retired citizens program. They're not doing work for the mayor's office. It's just when they were set up, they were incorrectly allocated to that department.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk?
Okay. Resolutions. Are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Yes. This is Councilman Government. I want to pull resolution 288, please.
Okay.
Are any others being pulled, colleagues?
Questions regarding 292?
Councilwoman Williams with questions. I'm pulling that. I may want to vote no, so I'm actually just gonna pull it. So I'm gonna pull that 292.
Okay.
Anything else, colleagues, on the resolutions?
No, I just had a question on 292.
Okay,
So I move for the consent agenda.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented. Resolution 288-24, resolution authorizing settlement of the Township of West Orange versus Ron Jolin Realty et al. Councilwoman Geber Michael, you pulled that?
Yes, thank you. I had a bunch of questions that I asked earlier in my response to public comment. So where is this money going? Is it going back into the Sunshine Fund? What happened to the FEMA money that we received? Did it go back into the Sunshine Fund? And
If I may, because both of the resolutions that are pulled are specifically related to the resolution of litigations. If we're going to discuss this, I believe it's best interest for the township to do it in executive session.
But the
I'll make a
reason why-
motion to
wait,
go.
The reason why I ask is because residents have asked us, and I don't think there's anything wrong with these questions. These are just, I'm just asking what happened with the FEMA money? You know, did it go back into the Sunshine Fund?
Answer the question on FEMA?
And this money, where is it going?
Okay, so again, I don't believe that you were briefed on the litigation. Basically it was recovering funds expended by the township. I don't know the exact breakdown of what the funds were. Some of a bunch of it came out of the Sunshine Fund I don't know if that's for sure, but cover all the expenses.
I don't think so. It's my understanding is that there's only $50,000 in the Sunshine Fund and we spent over 300,000.
Okay. So then FEMA money that came in was basically but the delta was the 155. That's why the litigation is recovered the delta. The settlement basically is to fill that gap in, 135 out of the 150.
Correct, but will that money go into the Sunshine Fund?
That
is the question, because
No, that's it.
well, these are questions that I have. And because people are asking for transparency about where the money came from before the 300,000 when it first happened to pay for the hotels, and then where is this going into? Also, how much is in the Sunshine Fund currently? Is there a plan to replenish it? And again, if we were to have such an emergency like that, because there are a lot of trees being cut and things happen, a lot of development happening in town. Like what do we have going forward to cover us in the fund, and what's considered a normal amount to have after this situation?
Yeah.
Councilwoman, I'll start with what was expended from the mayor's Sunshine Fund. I went back and looked at the history going back to 2021 when this event happened, October 2021, I believe. And it does not look like really much came out of the mayor's Sunshine Fund in terms of, you said the 300K that we spent on hotels and personnel overtime and all that. So if we were looking at it from an accounting perspective, the money would not go back into the Sunshine Fund because, all I can see is about $450 in reimbursement came out of Sunshine Fund. As far as where the initial expenditures were charged, I need some time to dig into the records and see exactly the accounts they came out of. I will say from a general accounting rule with reimbursements such as FEMA, if you get the money back in the year that it happens, that money should go back into the line item that it came out of as a reimbursement. If you get the money in a year or two afterwards, the money is usually put in as what we call MRNA, miscellaneous revenue not anticipated, because the budget year that it would go back against is closed out. So what it essentially goes back into is the general fund. It goes back into the fund balance as a surplus item.
Could we put it in the Sunshine Fund in an event? Because you're saying only $450 were expended. So if there's 50,000, then could we then put this money into the Sunshine Fund?
So I would say no, because the Sunshine Fund was set up with a dedication by rider with very specific reasons for revenue and reasons for disbursements. When that account was set up, application would have been made to the State of New Jersey Division of Local Government Services, and there was an application that went along, and we would have said what we would do with that money and where that money would be coming from. So, without seeing the application, I'm going to seriously doubt that the State of New Jersey would allow a settlement, especially when expenditures didn't come out of that fund, to go into that trust account. DLGS would advise that money needs to go into the miscellaneous revenue not anticipated and flow back into the township's current fund balance.
Well, thank you for explaining that. And what about the last part of my question in terms of, do we have emergency fund money set aside for urgent matters going forward? And what would be considered a normal amount for a Sunshine Fund?
So, well, not every municipality has a Sunshine Fund. What municipalities typically have to cover large environmental events, or sometimes situations like this, is what they call the Storm Recovery Trust. It used to be called the Snow Recovery, the Snow Fund, and the State of New Jersey has since given it a more general term, Storm Recovery. I'd have to check and see what we have in there, but you can use that money for these, a snow event, a hurricane, or something like this where you have this natural disaster. And you can carry that money throughout the years, similar to the Sunshine Fund. So whereas our budgets normally lapse after a year, that storm recovery can stay on the books ad infinitum until you use it. And when you can build it back up at the end of the year by, say, taking money from, a DPW other expense line item and moving that money over into that trust for the proverbial rainy day. I don't think there's ever really been guidance on what's a percentage of your total budget you should keep in your storm recovery trust. So it's something to look at from the perspective of, like, maybe you're looking at 15% of your total DPW budget, or you look at, what is the cost of a snow event, like a major snow event, like 12 inches or so, like, what does that cost out to be? And then you can say, maybe we keep one or two events sort of in the back pocket in the storm recovery trust. So I think it's a good conversation to have, and some good analysis to do. As far as the Sunshine Fund, I think there's something about $28,000 or so in there right now. From a unaudited financial perspective, we combine all of our donations. But I think the last time I looked, it was somewhere around 28,000 that we have in there right now.
So someone, and again, I don't have facts, so I'm asking, said that there was 50,000 in there. So where did?
I think that's
where-
all of our donations together. It's about 50,000. Yeah, because we have other donation trust sub-accounts. And that's probably totaling around that $50,000 number.
Well, thank you for explaining.
I can provide the council an accounting of that Sunshine Fund going back to 2021. I'd be happy to provide that. And I'll go through the business administrator to provide that.
Thank you.
And I just want to comment on the Sunshine Fund. So traditionally, the funds were always used through Laura Van Dyke's department with the mayor's discretion in regards to those in need in the community. And whether it's Thanksgiving time, the holidays, toy drives and whatnot, but also it's dependent on donations that are given. So when COVID hit, people were very generous in donating to the fund, and they were able to build it back up to a significant amount. And so when this event occurred, I thought more was depleted, but I guess not. So I do remember there is a record I recall from when we voted on the monies to spend. I mean, Mayor Parisi was very proactive and very upfront on how he wanted to handle this emergency situation. And so I look forward to that information as well. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councilwoman. I just want to say for the record, it was my understanding, both at that time and until tonight, that the Sunshine Fund was the source of funds for the relief for the Ron Jolin families. That was my understanding. I know we voted on something, this is going back 3 years, so I can't remember what it was. But the language that was used, certainly initially and for some period of time, and I think even when the residents were asked to vacate the various hotels, it was because the Sunshine Fund was depleting. Now, I'm going to go back, or have somebody help me go back and look at those council meetings to see, or maybe it was at the meeting we had at the Wilshire Grand. I can't remember which one it was, but I do remember someone saying the reason we had to, stop paying for residents to stay in these hotels was because the Sunshine Fund was depleted. And if what you're saying is true, Mr. Detiniak, and I have no reason to doubt you, I just want to be very clear. This is not to throw any doubt or aspersion on you at all. But that is, if only $450 was used out of that Sunshine Fund, that's news to me. And so, yes, I do want an accounting for that. I also want the accounting for all the other monies that were spent, the source of funds for the Ron Jolin, the families that were affected by that landslide. And, in that accounting, I would like to know the balances, post disbursement, on a running basis. Yeah, that's news to me. And it certainly doesn't bode well for, trusting some of the stuff that goes on when we find out stuff like this, at least that I've been believing now for 3 years. So it is challenging. All right, but I interrupted you. I'm sorry. Did you have any other questions for Ronjo? So Councilwoman, do you want to make a motion that we revisit this in executive session?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
I'll second that motion. Wait,
Oh.
before we do that, sorry, is there a time constraint that we're working with? Is it beyond the next council meeting?
I can't hear Mr. Moon.
So
You gotta get in the microphone.
there are multiple, so as mentioned by Mr. Banks earlier today, there is a litigation involving tenants as well as litigation that the township initiated. So the matter, the resolution of this is part of, again, it's sort of, it goes, they're tied together. So that's kind of, I can't really go into specifics because some of it is litigation strategy, some of it is work product stuff, some of it is.
It is such a time constraint that we may need to have a special meeting prior to our regular council meeting,
It's something I could discuss in
executive session.
and I can explain why.
Wait, but I have a question about that. I thought we weren't allowed to go into executive session because it has to be advertised. There was this big.
We can't do that tonight.
Yeah, there was a big stink in the last meeting, about putting things on the agenda the proper way. So I don't think we can go to executive session. Remember, that's why we couldn't last.
No, we could vote. You didn't want to go in because you
Yeah,
want to
they're
keep
not-
it as such a way. Well, it's not, so.
Oh, time out.
there-
Let me ask, Madam Clerk,
Yes.
are there notice requirements for executive session?
Well, yeah, you have to put it on the, you have to notify as to why you're going in specifically and all of that. What was stated in the last meeting was that per our ordinance, we're not allowed to add anything to the agenda or something to that effect that Mr. Gingaro said, and that was the reason why we were unable to go into executive session.
I thought we could vote on that, though. We have 4 votes.
That's how we've always done it, and that's what was said last time, that we weren't allowed to do it because it was during the live meeting and it wasn't advertised and all of that, so
Okay.
I don't know. I the legal department has to look over the ordinance and let us know.
Mr. Moon, if you don't mind, take a quick look at that.
Again, I wasn't at the last meeting, so I don't know what ordinance it was referred to.
Well, I think it was 2 meetings before, because we did have the executive session on for last meeting. It was the session before that.
Yeah, I think, well, at least in my recollection, and again, it could be flawed. I think there are notice requirements for executive session that preclude us. We could vote on it tonight, but then it would just be on the next meeting. And it would take 4 votes to get it on the next meeting. Then the clerk would have opportunity to, I think you need 4.
Yep, 3.
From the floor, you need 4.
Excuse me, I always thought it was personnel, like if it was personnel, because you have to notify the staff.
Rice notice.
Yeah, right.
That's right, but this is pending litigation, so, I mean, that's one of the legitimate reasons to have executive session. And is the notice 48 hours, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
So again, we're talking about notice under the Open Public Meetings Act.
Well, do we have to notice, can we give us your legal opinion about being able to go into executive session?
Public Meetings Act. You have to give notice for agenda items, however, like the Open Public Meeting specifically has provisions for sanctions regarding discussions regarding pending litigation, personnel matters with that. So as far as under the Open Public Meetings Act, you are allowed to go into executive session.
We could vote to go into executive session tonight.
Now, if there's a reference to a West Orange ordinance about updating the agenda, my understanding was always that those, again, I gotta look at the ordinance to find the exact language, but that matters should be added to the agenda beyond, because we have the ordinance about Wednesday deadlines for materials. My understanding was that was always able to be sort of superseded by either the council president's consent, who's running the agenda, as well as vote of the council to add.
Vote of 3.
Yeah.
All right, so your position is different than what we were told last week. I'm just saying, it's all right.
Know what the question is.
Can we go in-
The Public Meetings Act, answer is yes. If there's a specific concern about an ordinance, someone needs to tell me what ordinance we're concerned about.
Well, you're the attorney, so you're gonna have to tell us.
Okay, I don't see a concern with it. Now, if you were telling me that there was something specific that Mr. Garrow told you, I would like to know what that was.
It might be in chapter 3, rules of the council. Chapter 3 is the rules of the council and how the council operates.
All right, I'm sure you're not gonna be able to answer my questions on 292 without executive session. So
No.
if we can go into executive session without violating anything tonight, I'm happy to do it.
288, I believe, right?
Well, 288 and 292 are both,
Oh, you wanted on both? Okay.
both of them are litigation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Similar to mine that we answered, or.
These questions are gonna, I mean, I'm happy to ask them. I don't think they can answer them.
Why wouldn't you want to talk to the attorney and close about litigation? This is the trouble I have all the time understanding, I get the transparency, but you could phrase what you want to phrase, what can be said in public afterwards. It's not like we're not going to discuss it. If we can discuss it, but, council members need clarity on before they could vote. And if that's the whole idea of having the attorney at the council meeting, so you have that privilege.
I understand. I asked my questions, they were able to be answered. I don't know what his answers, what his questions are. In an effort not to violate
Yeah.
anything, I'm asking him, can he ask his questions? And if he can't answer them, he can say he won't answer them. And then maybe in 2 weeks, we can go into executive session about it.
But we need to get work done.
Right.
That's-
For
yeah.
292 anyway. I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah, we got 290.
Is that,
Again,
I thought it was 288 that was time sensitive. Is 292 also time sensitive? Can you
well,
clarify? I
so
misunderstood.
actually, yeah, again, I'm not as familiar with 292. I know 292 is actually probably more time sensitive than, because, there's this trial date in place. That's,
I didn't hear you. Could you say
there's a
that?
trial date.
There's a
Trial.
There's a trial date, and that's more time sensitive is what Mr. Moon was saying.
Is the record, yeah, go ahead.
I've always believed that we could, not we, you could vote to go into executive session for something that's on the agenda under the OPMA because of there's certain exemptions that Mr. Moon laid out. Again, I don't remember this. I know this was contested, and I'm not trying to say anybody did anything nefarious. Mr. Jagaro may have given different direction. It may have been a different reason he did that. I don't know. But I believe you can go into executive session to discuss these issues.
And it is addressing an item that is on the agenda, which was noticed.
Right.
So it's not like we're going to executive session to discuss.
Something else.
Completely out.
And that may have been the confusion. That may have been what
Yeah.
happened last time. I don't recall the specifics of last time, so I don't know that.
Was
but
it the
That's not
When
surmising.
was last, when was it? Last,
Nah, what we gonna talk about?
It was the redevelopment.
Yeah,
it was
redevelopment.
redevelopment? That was on the agenda?
Yeah.
All right,
No,
so
that
let's-
was on the agenda. You just didn't vote for me to talk to.
That
you.
was it.
That was a different situation.
Well, we couldn't have, that wasn't that.
You wanted to go into executive session.
But that was on the agenda. You
No,
just-
no, that was a different meeting. And because Councilman Williams wasn't here, you wanted to go in executive session.
So, yeah.
And we couldn't because we said we didn't notice it properly. And then the next meeting, we did go into executive
I
session.
was here when you asked to go into executive session and we were told that we couldn't,
Yeah.
so.
All right, so to end the debate, because I think both of those things happened. Those are two separate meetings. The meeting where you went to the party, we were gonna go into executive session. I refused to do it because we wouldn't have had 3 votes, no matter what we decided in executive session. The meeting after that is the one where Mr. Jingaro gave us some guidance that none of us recall clearly right now. But if the advice of counsel is we can go into executive session, Madam, Councilwoman?
I'd like to make a motion to go into.
Well, we already have a motion and a second. I just need to take a vote.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Okay, so Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes, please.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
I understand the sentiments of going into executive session. I just don't feel comfortable because it wasn't advertised based on what we were told. And I feel like now we're changing things to make it more convenient. So I'm gonna have to say no. And we have to remain consistent.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries.
All right, so we'll be in executive on 288 and 292. Yeah, we might as well allow people to leave. Madam Clerk, can we do ordinances on second and final?
Sure. All right, 2872-24 bond ordinance providing for road, sidewalk, and sewer improvements by and in the Township of West Orange, appropriating $2 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $1,904,000 bonds or notes of the township to finance the part of the cost thereof. Is there a motion to introduce on
make a
second and
motion.
final?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
She stepped out?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking.
That's
Council
all right.
President Rutherford.
Yes.
Okay. Public hearing.
We're going to open public comment on 2872-24. Anyone in council chambers wishing to comment on that ordinance? Now is your time. Please approach the microphone. Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, if we were to further amend if we were to further amend 2872, well, first off, is Director of DPW on? So I'm going to need her in executive as well for my questions.
In executive session,
Yeah.
she's gonna have to go on speakerphone.
That's
Yeah.
fine. If we were to amend the language here, how would that affect this? Would it have to go back to first?
It depends what you meant.
Right.
It's a
If
minor.
it's a subsidence change, yeah.
So I want to add some language to require that the contractor, require that the contractor honor our tree ordinance. I know that may sound trivial to some, but
That
it's-
has to be bid. So what, because I asked her about another street that didn't get bid out yet about the trees. And so when these streets are priced out, the tree replacement and whatever's needed for that gets bid, and administration jump in if I'm misspeaking.
This contractor won't be the same contractor that would do
Yeah.
any tree removal anyway. Our forester and our engineer would decide what trees need to be removed, and then one of the tree contractors would remove it. So that's not what.
So I want to make sure that in
Yeah.
the curb, in the installation of the curb and the sidewalk, that we honor the tree ordinance to the letter. Well, we've had this in other spaces where it was not honored, and I want to make sure we honor it here. And I want to make it, I want the language to be clear in the ordinance so that there's no ambiguity. It has to be honored.
But that's on us. That's on the
It's not on us.
forester. It's on the, yeah.
It's not on the
yeah.
council members.
No, I'm sorry, not on us, but on the township.
Right, so I'm trying to make sure that the township honors it, because I was at Lincoln Avenue myself 4 times. We had agreement to save 7 of the 11 trees on that street, and only 1 is still there, and that one is coming down.
But that's
And I have
on
to
the
agree.
forester.
The township
That's
has
on
not
the
been doing the
forester.
job.
Right, so I want to make sure the forester can't go and do that again here.
So Council President, we could get the director on, but I believe in
Yeah.
speaking with her today, that this is just the money to do the project that hasn't been bid out.
Yeah.
And this is time sensitive. We need to get this done by next month, within actually 30 days from now. This, if you recall, this is the one we brought on back either in July or August. Then it was actually in August, then we had the meeting that was canceled, and then the next meeting, we had an issue with it where we voted it down, and then we had to reintroduce. So this is the second go around for this particular ordinance. And this is more about us getting the money for this particular project up in that area, so it's awarded by the DOT, so we can continue with this project. And that's that whole area that floods up the hill. So in
What
regards,
streets are these again?
this is the Colonial Woods, and
Is Huntington on
Yeah.
that?
I think Huntington's on there.
Morris?
Yeah, and well, There's two separate, we received two awards. This is the phased first one from 2022, I believe it was. And then the other one was awarded the next year. So this whole project's encompassing that whole area in a two-phase project over two separate awards. And I believe this is the first one. So we can ask the director to get on to confirm that if you'd like. But just to make sure, but this is time sensitive more than it is anything else.
I hear you, Mr. Smeraldo, and my issue is trusting that it'll actually be honored, right? And I'm sure you can understand my hesitancy to trust.
Given the past performance.
But we could ask the director, because I believe this is just so we can float this bond. It's not the bid itself, but we can ask the director. She
I would-
has to answer that.
I would
question.
imagine that maybe that language needs to be in the selected contractors, whoever the contractor is.
She's on, he has. it.
Maybe that's where this language needs to be put in.
Say that again. I missed some of that.
Whoever the contractor is that's
It's
doing the
not on the
work.
contractor,
It's not-
it's on us. It's not. yeah.
You're talking about the bid, I think.
Road improvement is not the person that takes the trees down.
Yeah,
Trees were taken down at the direction of the township.
yes.
Mr. Kip determined those trees were not viable. You may dispute that. I wasn't there, but that's what he took pictures of and gave to the township. And that's what his determination is.
His initial determination was different.
I saw that, and I don't know why. I can't explain it. Only
He
he
could
can.
sign off on that and I know.
So, Director, are you on?
Yes, I am. Good evening, Council President and council members. How are you?
Good evening.
Director, I am interested in making sure that when this road work is done, that the trees are protected in accordance with our newly updated tree ordinance. Now, I'm being asked to trust that that's gonna happen, and I'm not willing to. I'm just telling you straight up. So, because you were there, and those trees are no longer there, and you and I both walked that, I think we walked it twice together.
I only said once, and like our business administrator have said, our forester is the one who actually assess the trees on site along the road projects and makes a decision at which tree is viable or not. I will tell you that I provided Mr. Kip a set of the plans for this project, which is the Colonial Woods, Carlson Road, and Collins Drive street improvements, which is a DOT funded project or partially funded by DOT. And he assessed the trees. I could ask him again to go assess them again in accordance with the current tree ordinance, since where the job was under design, the ordinance was not in place. And this is a grant that was awarded in 2022, I believe.
So, Director, what you may recall, and I visited the site twice with Mr. Kip. I may have misspoke about visiting twice with you. But I do know that I saw you on site at least once. But and I think it was Mr. Kip was more than twice, but that's neither here nor there. He agreed, and he spoke in council chambers to this effect, spoke to the administration from what I'm told, about methods that would protect the roots and the trunk of the tree, particularly with regard to the sidewalk. He had a bunch of different technologies. He sent an email. I forwarded it to my colleagues of what those different products are. And then also with regard to the curb, there were things that could be done and have been done in other parts of town. Old Indian Way is one of them, where we have modified the curb to accommodate the tree. I want to make sure that that is done here. Now, I'm willing to vote no unless I am certain. And I want my colleagues to know that.
I am too.
I'm not willing to just trust that it's going to be done. So given the time constraints that you're working under and the desire that I have just articulated to you, what is the best course of action to ensure that the roots and the trunk of the trees are treated with a level of care, that the design utilizes methods that will protect them? What is the best method? What is your recommendation for what we should do to ensure that before we go forward?
I would recommend honestly that either Mr. Kip, myself, as well as any other member of the council, if needs be, as well as the administration, if we could walk the street before we actually go into construction. The project will not go into construction until next year. And we could take a look at ways that done. I obviously will refer to Mr. Kip, since he is the professional in this matter, and this is his expertise, not mine. But I'm willing to do what it needs to be done in order to save the trees. Now, if Mr. Kip does make an assessment that the tree is not viable and it is a safety hazard to the public, it will be Mr. Kip's decision to say whether or not the tree stays or not. Since it is not, I'm not an expert when it comes to a tree having root rot or what percentage of it might be damaged.
Madam Director, in the last, the last street repaving that we did, Mr. Kip made several recommendations to save trees, and then ultimately they were not saved. So if you're asking us to rely on Mr. Kip, Mr. Kip made those recommendations, and they were not on.
Mr. Kip, during the assessment that he did last year, actually said that the trees were not viable. Why did he say otherwise after the fact? I cannot answer that question. That will be a question that Mr. Kip will have to answer himself.
Please reach out to Mr. Kip, get him on. Mr. Kip said they were viable before the fact. And then they were taken down after the fact. And I don't know if Mr. Kip weighed in and said they were no longer viable, but I do know Mr. Kip said they were viable because he did it with me there.
Yes, he did with you there. Prior to that, Mr. Kip went to the site himself last year, and he made an assessment on the trees and provided that list of the trees that were called to be removed on the plans based on his professional assessment of each one of the trees within the road program.
All right, thank you, Director.
Why did he change that?
Thank you, Ms. Corbella. So my recommendation, and listen, it's been a tough year with the trees, and I could see Mr. Kip. I mean, I don't want to use his name on the air, but we put pressure on, you went out there and you did, which I commend you for, just going out there and walking with them, and then you made him change his mind on certain things.
I didn't make him change his mind.
Pressure's put on personnel.
Go back. So let me just be clear.
I'm not
trying to avoid.
Listen, I am not saying it in a negative way. What I'm trying to say is I commend you that you went out there to get him to advocate for the trees. What I think what could prevent this in the future is if we let the forester make the recommendation. Obviously, he knows by now, or anyone that's going to be hired in that chair knows how important that we want trees saved. As things get bid moving forward, as if there's other methods that could be utilized. I had asked the engineer, obviously the money is bid out years past with the projects that you're seeing now. We need to have the money in these proposals now than later. So if there are other methods that are a little more expensive to keep the tree, it should be noted. At the end of the day, if the forester went out, does the assessment and signs off on the assessment, and then it's documented, and that helps out the engineer, it helps out us, so we know what we're facing. So a lot was done with that tree ordinance, and I see other towns, they replace their trees. The problem we're having is we're not replacing our trees the way we should. Mr. Lepore went out and he did a good job. He wanted to, put a lot of trees on the record, I think a couple hundred of them. Why the projects didn't get done, I don't know. It's disappointing. It's frustrating. And this is why we lost the public trust. So we have to move forward. I don't want to get in a situation where we have another employee and have two employees go at it with each other on television. I don't think it's fair to either one of them. I think we need to have a system in place that that assessment is made and, you know, we go over it before and it's explained before the contractor even gets there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I just want to be clear. I didn't apply pressure to Mr. Kipp.
No, and I didn't mean to. I didn't, but again, but again, we all do this when we all when we don't go through the proper procedures to talk to the administration and if they want to connect us with the directors. And we all do that. I do that because, you know, they feel, I think, you know, not willingly we do it, but you know, of course, we put them on the spot because we're advocating for the residents.
I just want to be clear for the record. I did not apply pressure to Mr. Kipp. I asked questions and Mr. Kipp answered those questions, and Mr. Kipp was the one advocating for the saving of several of those trees. So I don't know what happened between that meeting and today. One second, Mr. Smeraldo. Councilwoman Williams and Scarpa.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to also remind the public for the record that Mr. Kipp and I can speak to experience because I did have him check a tree in my backyard for viability. There are tools that he used to identify the viability of the tree. I don't know whether it was something that took a plug out, but I know that there was something that he used. And then I want to say that even when I had the tree on watch and asked him to come out, in less than a year, the tree was decimated. I don't know exactly why, but when he came and then I had to call him back, the tree was totally destroyed at the base. It wasn't something that was recognizable to me from the eye. And then he identified that the tree needed to be removed and we had a storm, and within 2 weeks, the tree fell in my backyard onto my property, as well as damaging my property and my neighbor's property. I just want to remind us that we can look at trees and we can think that they're viable, and they're not. There's internal rot, internal root damage, so many different things that truly the professional has to identify. It's not the first fallen tree at a property that I've owned in West Orange. So again, I look at trees and I think the tree is fine. It has green leaves on it. The tree that fell in my backyard had green leaves on it. It looked healthy. The leaves were there. It was just, it was damaged. It was just non-viable. And then the tree fell. So I just want to, again, reiterate to the public that we are so protective of our tree canopy. Indeed, I am. But at the end of the day, we are just laymen. And we do not have the expertise to look at a tree and identify whether or not it is viable. So I just wanted to put that on the record for us to recall as we're continuing to have this ongoing debate about our tree canopy. Thank you.
Councilwoman.
We do have a responsibility to look at the processes, and we need to get to the root cause of why our sidewalks work are not being done according to these more viable procedures that preserve the trees.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I will also add for the record, I didn't tell Mr. Kipp which trees were viable or not. I didn't, so, all right. We voted to go, oh no, I'm sorry, we're on ordinance.
I just wanted to add real quick to maybe give some assurances to the council. This is the money we need to piggyback off Councilwoman Castellino's point before. We're gonna secure this money if this is passed. We have to go out to bid. You have to award that bid once we go to it. So I think if you're looking for us to give you assurances, we would have to give that to you before you actually approve the bid. So, and the director's on here, she can correct me if I'm wrong, but we can make sure that those assurances happen. But I can't stress enough how much we need this money to get to that point. Because if we don't get the money, then we got to tell our neighborhoods that we're not going to be fixing the roads. And we want to do it in the best way we can. That area, the history of that area has been that area used to flood years ago. We had to put in new infrastructure back in the 70s. I remember watching as a kid. the fire department rowing people out of there because it was flooded. There's no basements. This system was put in as a result. This system's antiquated, it's failing, and it's falling apart, and it's impacting our residents. So we can work with the director to make sure that whatever we present to you is what you request with it. And that's the assurances I can give you from the administration, on behalf of the administration, that we need to have this money. So
When is that
Director,
bid gonna come out?
I'm sorry?
When is that bid?
That is a question for the director. I don't know. I can't answer that question for you.
That was my initial request. Could we do that at the bidding process? Because the person who's gonna.
I understood you.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying.
Okay,
And I'm not clear as to whether these are going to be bid or whether they've already been bid prior. And we.
It's going to be bid. Yes. It's supposed to, but they haven't. Director, can you tell us what your time expectations are with regard to issuing this bid?
Just for the record, the project has already been bid. And as a matter of fact, the council awarded a resolution on the last meeting.
Oh, that was that one? Yeah, that was the two that we had to go and do this on first reading first and then approve that one?
Yes, this is the NJDOT grant money, which is approximately close to $580,000 worth of grants, for which I am asking that the council considers voting on this bond ordinance on second reading so that we can proceed with the paperwork for NJDOT so that we don't lose the grant. With regards to the trees, the contractor will not remove any trees unless it is approved by our forester. And our forester will meet with the contractor. If there are other viable ways to go around the trees, it will be. And if the tree is viable, we will do every effort during the construction process to save the tree. Now, if in Mr. Kip's professional opinion, the tree is not viable, then the tree might have to be removed. If it actually is a hazard to public welfare and safety. Everybody
Director,
understands.
no, go ahead.
Yes, Councilman?
Director, I want to make sure that I'm clear. If Mr. Kip makes a determination that a tree is viable, then I think you should not override that decision.
Not override Mr. Kip's decisions. As a matter of fact, and so it's very clear for everyone, even to our residents who are listening to this recording in the meeting, Mr. Kip's is given a set of plans, a preliminary set of plans, even before the project goes out to bid. And it's typically done at least 6 months to a year in advance. Mr. Kip goes out there by himself and makes an assessment of each one of the trees with a set of plans. He makes notes. He comes back into the office and he makes a list of every single one of the trees on the sizes, the type, and also the various, how would I say this, observations that he makes about the trees. And he lets me know which trees are viable and which ones are not.
Do you recall that day that we were on Lincoln Avenue where the trees that were marked to be saved were still taken down? There was one conversation that you had with a resident regarding, and this was you, and I was standing right there. You had the conversation with the resident regarding his curb, and you convinced him to take the tree down, which still was not in accordance with our ordinance. And that's something that I saw and was present for myself, which is why it is hard for me to trust that the ordinance will be honored going forward. So look, we've had enough of the back and forth. I think we're just unduly delaying this. We have a tree ordinance. That ordinance is to be honored. We spoke earlier about the will of the council being ignored. This is not one of those things that can be ignored. It took over a year to pass that ordinance. It took a lot of compromise and sacrifice from the 5 of us to get to that point. A lot of community engagement. and we got a tree ordinance that we can be proud of that will help us regrow our canopy, but not if it is ignored. So the expectation and I don't know what can be done if it is ignored again. But I know I will be doing something if it is ignored again. I don't know what I can do. I will figure out what I can do. But that tree ordinance is not to be ignored. Councilwoman.
No, I was just gonna say that since that ordinance has been passed, any new applications to remove trees, whether it's from the town or a resident or a business, on any property in town, everyone should be following that tree ordinance, period.
So Councilwoman.
And my question is, if we do decide to take something down, then who puts money in that tree fund? Does the town then put money in the tree fund? I mean, I don't understand. So if I can get some clarification on that.
No, you wouldn't go in the tree fund, but you do have a line item that you authorized for 200 or 300,000. If you remember what that was, we just spoke about. What is it?
Yeah, it was, I think,
Budget.
300,000 for trees, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with that is the budget was passed so late in the year. I don't know that we're gonna get these planted because.
Right.
The other problem.
We'd have to bid that out.
Yeah.
For
So-
something that.
so- Council President. So we have $300,000 that we just approved in the budget and we can't carry over funding from year to year.
No.
Is there a possibility that we can make that purchase? And then
It has to go to bid and it has to fall within the planting season, which that window.
we've already passed that window.
We can't take delivery later. We can't delay delivery.
Unless you have a greenhouse, they'll
You
die.
you can't take delivery of the trees. You're contracting to have the trees planted. We have no place to,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? They.
What I'm saying is, could we place an order for trees today? I know it's not legally possible today. It's, it's nighttime. But for the sake of the argument, could we place an order for trees, for sake of argument, tomorrow? With the expectation that those trees would be delivered in the spring?
Exactly.
I don't believe so, but I'll refer to our CFO.
So if we were able to incur the liability in the current year, we might be able to do that. But again, we'd have to incur that liability. We'd have to place that order in 2024 to use that 2024 money.
Let's do it.
So that's the question that I had asked. And if we are able to do that so that we don't lose the 300,000 in surplus,
Mhm.
I would like to make a motion that we move forward with
And I
that
second.
recommendation.
But we would have to,
Possible.
we would have to bid that out, though.
We understand.
Yeah.
We understand, but I
We've
mean,
got a
if
couple
we
more
have the,
months to get the trees in hand.
my motion is that if we have the capacity to place the order and have the order delivered in 2025 for the spring planting season, that we expend those funds for the purchase and delivery come at a later
I
date.
agree.
And I second that motion. I think that's a wonderful out of the box idea. Plant trees and not waste $300,000.
Yeah. And then we'll be sure to have them planted in the spring.
I don't believe you need a motion for that. We could.
You just, right, the money's already approved in the budget, y'all just have to do it.
Put bid on for us to vote, right?
The
The
resolution.
RFQ, the
We
RFP.
don't have
You
to
don't-
bid on that.
you don't vote on
We
it.
don't.
Yeah, we put the bid out first.
Yeah, you'd vote on the award.
Okay, I didn't know if we'd have to see it first like we have with some of the other ones. Okay.
No.
So it's now, October, whatever, 9th? What is today, 8th? October 8th. Is there still enough time?
To get
October
planted, but
15th.
No, to get it ordered
Yeah.
before the end of the year.
We'd have to,
We
we
have
have
to look
time to
into
put
it.
out the bid.
Yeah, you have to put the bid first
We
for
have
the
to see
order.
what kind of bids we receive. But we'll-
Right, but I mean, you've got to have a bid period, so you got to give 30 days or 45 days.
We should have enough time, yeah.
We have time for the bid.
Okay, so that is what the council is asking you to do?
There's actually one co-op, I think, right? Didn't you really say there was one co-op?
Yeah, I can't recall the co-op, but our DPW director point us in that direction. But yeah, with the we're looking to
Process?
spend.
Well,
If there's.
If it's a co-op, it would
That's what I'm asking.
Years in advance.
Yeah, so we would have to take delivery in 2025. We would put the bid out there and work with the vendor. And the hope is, yes, we can place that order with obviously paying them in 2025 when we take the delivery.
No,
You know,
do we need to pay them in 2024?
We're not gonna pay them, but as long as we incur the liability, we've placed an order, we have a PO, and it's struck against the 2024 budget, we're okay.
Okay, thank you.
So we know what the pricing would be through a co-op, right? So can we still put it out to bid anyway, just to see who bites?
Of course, yeah, we always have that option.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we have time.
We want to get the best bang for our buck.
Yeah,
with
if they
these
put it out
bids.
in 2 weeks, next week, why not? You don't have to leave it open long.
All right, so I think we're clear. We certainly do want you to do that. I don't think that's your function, Mr. Detiniak, but Mr. Rabbit, thank you very much.
We've been discussing it. I didn't mean to give the impression it can't be done, and we just weren't real sure about whether it could be done.
Thank you.
If it can, it certainly will.
Thank you very much, sir. So Madam, I will entertain a motion on 2872.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. 2873.
Okay, 2873-24, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-14, 2A, parking prohibited on certain streets during certain hours of certain days of the revised general ordinances of West Orange. Is there a motion to introduce on
I
second?
move for introduction on second and final reading.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
The motion carries. Public hearing.
We're going to open up public comment on 2873. If there's anyone in the gallery that would like to comment, now is your opportunity. Seeing none, public comment is now closed.
Okay. Any discussion of the council?
Any questions?
No.
No.
Okay.
Motion?
I
Is there a
move to adopt.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. 2874-24, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-26.1, bus stop 7-10.2, stopping or standing prohibited during certain hours on certain streets on certain days, and 7-14.2A, parking prohibited on certain streets during certain hours of certain days of the revised general ordinances of West Orange. Is there
I
a
move for
motion?
introduction on
Second.
second and final reading.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Okay, public hearing.
Public comment is now open for 2874-24. Anyone in the gallery wishing to comment, you may do so. Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Is there a motion?
I move for adoption on second and final reading.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
The motion carries. 2875-24, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-32.2, restricted parking zones of the revised general ordinances of West Orange.
I move for introduction on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Okay, public hearing.
We're now open public comment for 2874.
5.
Sorry, 2875. Seeing none, public comment is now closed.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve on
I move
second and
for
final?
I move for adoption on second and final.
Second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
The motion carries. Ordinances on first reading, an ordinance, 2876-24. An ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-14.6, winter parking restrictions of the revised general ordinances of West Orange. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So move, make a motion.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
The motion carries. 2877-24 was removed by administration. 2878-24, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 25 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, banning pop-up parties. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Councilwoman Williams,
No.
Council President Rutherford.
No.
No, you said.
Yeah, my vote is no.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Castellino has a question and then Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yeah, I don't know how much you could talk to. I'm not sure if we're in litigation with some residents, but so I'm a little disappointed it doesn't have full support for this. This has been an ongoing issue and a major quality of life issue for multiple neighborhoods in the township. And Chief, can you please share with the public why this is before us this evening?
Oh, as you articulated, we've had a number of places around the township that have really diminished the quality of life for the residents in the surrounding neighborhoods. I won't go into any of these places by name. And then we've also had pop-up parties that people are using their residence, which is more particular to this. We've had people using their residence as these same types of nightclubs, pools, foods, bottle service, dancers, DJs. It's quite the event. So we have nothing really on the books to deal with that, and this will allow us to deal with that.
And this has been, you know, abuse of alcohol. There's been parking issues, litter. I mean, they're just major, like people coming in and disrespecting neighborhoods. 2 summers ago, we had the soccer tournaments down on Wanchog Avenue. I mean, this helps our police officers been able to break these kind of situations up.
And people are
And-
profiting from this, right?
And they're profiting.
Yeah.
They're profiting off their homes. They're residents. They're not filing, what's the, not even, not even special events. They're really they're running businesses out of their homes.
No liquor
The
licensing.
Mercantile. Yeah, the liquor license, like they're making money off of liquor. You know, people are seeing the recycling. It's just a nightmare. So you need to revisit this. It's on first reading. I hope you change your mind for second reading, because there are people that their summers are ruined. They can't even go out and enjoy their backyards because people are that disrespectful with these kind of parties. You buy a home here in West Orange, it's to live in, not to make money off of in a residential neighborhood. You want to do that, you go buy a brick and mortar club somewhere where it doesn't interfere with in the middle of neighborhoods, and you have that there. And so that, you know, I feel strong about this. I hope you change your mind by second reading.
I'm not sure we want it in the brick and mortar clubs either.
Yeah.
That's why I started out.
Yeah, I'd like to just
Hold
thank
on,
the
hold on,
chief.
One second.
So thank you, Council President. So I hear where you're coming from, Councilman Castellino, as well as Chief Abbott. I've seen those emails. Believe it or not, I have one day been stuck trying to get to someone's house as a result of one of these parties. But this is where I err on the side of caution. I don't know that I'm fully supportive of this because can we get sued? You know, are we opening ourselves up for litigation with something like this? If it's someone's home, if they're entitled to throw a party, my biggest fear is that we're opening the township up for litigation. And, you know, I'd like to hear from the attorneys regarding.
So the way that the
Microphone.
ordinance is drafted, the way the ordinance is drafted is obviously term pop-up parties is defined as the commercial endeavor aspect of it. It's
Yeah.
the fact that they're basically charging tickets or admission, and that's what we're talking about. So like residential use typically, like if
Yeah.
you want to have a graduation party, you're not generally charging people at the door to come.
That's not true.
Oh.
That's not true.
People charge for graduation parties?
They do.
Some people do.
They do.
To help cover the cost. You just never know.
Absolutely.
So
So,
this is why I asked these questions, because
Well,
I'm.
then there
unprepared.
should be
You
a
know,
special permit for that.
well, then maybe that's the way we go, but just to ban all pop-up parties because we've had a few bad actors is not fair to the rest of the 50,000 residents who live in this town. And I am the mother of a child who had a graduation party. She did not charge for it, but she certainly had friends in her graduation class that did. And it may be something as nominal as $5 or $10, but it's to help these kids cover the cost of food. And so in a bigger setting, the violations that you all are speaking about is a completely different level of a pop-up party. But I am absolutely not willing to penalize children, teens, or any other resident who just casually wants to do this. So we have to look at this from the least of them to the worst of them, and at some point come in the middle. If we want to re-identify how we classify this party situation when they're just making an income, then that's something we should do. But absolutely, I cannot support penalizing these young people who do this on a regular basis, and they're not doing it for profit. They're just doing it to cover the cost. And some of these kids are doing it sensibly. And the adults for that matter.
Yeah, and I
They
get
may
that.
go to an adult party and there may be a $10 fee because they have entertainment or special entertainment. But again, if we want to regulate the severity of the pop-up parties, that's one thing, and let's do that, but not penalize everyone in the town for doing something that should be okay. If I want to have a party at my house, I don't want you coming to tell me I can't have a party at my house, even if I charge a nominal fee.
I agree
But that's
with
not
you.
what this says.
That's
This
not
is a
what this
commercial aspect. This is
But-
a
but-
commercial.
Every week, you don't have a graduation.
Commercial.
One at a time.
I agree with Councilwoman Williams. Like, how do you define a commercial aspect? Is it?
They have more than one.
Of people? Is it, you know, if you have more than 30 people, 50 people, I mean, I don't understand, 100 people? I mean, you know, the instance I talked about when I was driving, trying to get to someone's house, I mean, there were like over 100 cars, right? Like that's, you know, so
that's a
what's
problem.
considered commercial? And then now we're micro regulating it. I just,
They're advertising, taking credit cards, you know, I mean.
Yeah, it's a business.
I
mean,
hear
it's
you.
different
I
than,
hear you, but we have to be fair to all the residents.
listen,
And again, like Councilwoman Williams stated, there's a few bad apples or bad actors. It's not fair to penalize, you know, everyone.
I
We
can't
just-
support
we
this
just-
like this.
respectfully, governing's not easy and
Yes.
you're declining to pass this ordinance.
I'm not declining to pass
That's it.
the purpose and intent.
I understand.
I just don't like the language, the way we have it. So I would like for our administration and legal department to come back and give us an explanation of what commercialization is. So if we want to define that in this ordinance, like we do when we talk about cannabis or anything else, then we can certainly do that. But not just a broad ban, because your interpretation of what commercialization is might not be the same as someone else's.
And then my worry is, what if someone does throw something small and charges to help cover costs? Now you have a neighbor or someone who doesn't like their neighbor who's doing this, and now they're calling the cops and constantly calling the cops on them. It just opens up a Pandora's box that I think we need to be really careful about.
Okay, so
This is what this says. I mean, I don't know how more carefully. we
Well,
can-
well, let me weigh in, Chief.
yeah,
So if you look at the section that says pop-up parties,
Mhm. That's what I'm looking at.
at that bottom line it says, or gathering and where the guests are subject to payment for tickets, wristbands, or other mode of entry into the residence. So I'm aware of some of the infractions that you have had to deal with, right? And the one on Watchung that was just mentioned a moment ago. I don't think they had advertisement for how much it cost front, I mean, they just had a regular weekly, people are coming and they're selling alcohol. And there's no credit card charges, there's no cash charges, but that was something that I found
Overwhelmed.
was a problem. Multiple neighbors complained to me about that particular issue and we raised it as an issue and eventually we dealt with it, but we dealt with it without this ordinance. We dealt with it based on noise, we dealt with it based on number of people there, public intoxication, and some other infractions that, could be levied against people that committed them. There was another one that was relatively high profile last summer, not 24, but 23. And I know that they advertised it. It was a child who was doing it at their parents' house. I mean, the child still lived there. Now, if we were to do this, I've got, my daughters are angels, they would never do anything like this.
Here's mine both.
But God forbid if they did, and I'm away for the weekend, I come back home, I've got a ton of fines and infractions and other things that I have to deal with. And on top of disciplining my child, and the child may even be in trouble. I just think I understand the intent, and I do recognize there is a nuisance. I do recognize there is a nuisance, and I do recognize residents are concerned about some of them. I also recognize that some of the things that are concerned are misunderstandings. Some of them aren't. And I don't want to have an ordinance that sweeps all of them into the same category. Some people have wristbands to identify who can drink and who can't drink, and they're not charging. Some people have parties and they bring your own bottle and they don't charge. But essentially, if I bring a $50 bottle, I pay $50 to go to the event, and I didn't pay in cash, but I spent $50 to go. So I just don't think it covers what we're trying. I don't want the law of unintended consequences to catch us with this. And those things generally happen in the summertime. I do think we have some time to kind of deliberate over the best way to approach it. It may be banning pop-ups. I noticed that, there were exclusions for charities and for political fundraisers. I'm sure that certain residents would take exception to that too. Why are you able to charge for a party, Mr. Elected Official, and I'm not, right? You can do it at your house and in charge, and I can't do it at mine in charge. So I just think, and this is not to be critical, this is just to say, if we could take some time to kind of go over it.
It's fine with me if you don't want to pass it. I'm not the one that's gonna be at the microphone.
No, I'd like to pass
It passed on first reading, but it's going to, I think it's going to be subject to some amendment. And it may end up being reintroduced on first, but just to have it out in public. Yes, Council. Hold on, she had the mic a second ago.
We pass it, and then if it becomes a problem where innocent kids who are having parties are having a problem, we can amend it. I mean, this is really to deal with a real problem. And I think it's a very serious
People are
problem.
they're losing quality of life in their homes. We have constant abusers that
Oh, I'm
it's
not
not,
aware of that.
it's not just a week, this isn't
It's not a once in a while.
a kid having a graduation party.
Then to address
This
the ordinance so that we are able to strictly identify that violator.
Send it back to legal then. and let it-
So is provide some edits. We'll send it to you, to the administration. Legal will look at it and try and incorporate it. If they are substantive, then and they get approved at our next meeting, then we'll reintroduce on first. This isn't time sensitive, so we do have time with it.
People with shuttle buses, parking in lots and, shipping people to their houses.
Yeah, this
And
But,
you're-
but that happens, and that's to my point. That happens with the Cool Kids Foundation. When they have a big party in Llewellyn Park, it is organized. The
Then you take
people,
out a permit.
you don't have to take out a permit because there's nothing that says if I have a relationship with a parking lot owner.
Well, they would be exempt because that's a charity and they are a 501c3.
Okay, so maybe that's a poor example, but there've been other parties that I've been to in Llewellyn Park.
But people wouldn't necessarily know either. Like, how would you know? Then you got to call the cops and then you got to disrupt the party to find out if it's a 501c3 or not.
To that point, this is why I'm not comfortable with this ordinance in its current form. I understand the severity
of the quality of life issues that are being impacted by the people who are violating and not using common sense and privatizing the house parties. I get that,
Yeah.
but this is not the way to do it. And until we work on the language.
So colleagues, I'm gonna ask so that we can end this debate and have an opportunity to
Yeah.
go home at a relatively decent hour.
Well,
That we submit any edits, updates, omissions, additions to the administration, over the next week or so that they can be presented to us to be voted on at our next meeting. All of those amendments can be presented to be voted on, and should they be deemed to be substantive, then we would reintroduce at first reading either at that time or the following meeting.
I have a question. I don't think we should submit the edits. I think legal should have an understanding of what we're looking for now with the administration. They should go do their part and send us something, pull this and send us something.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to send some edits.
Yeah, I think you should send the edits.
Mr. Gengaro is not here to actually weigh in, so.
If there's specific concern, obviously, this is a legislative body as well, so.
Thank you. We'll send edits. Thank you.
We'll go send their amendment.
All right, is that our last ordinance? It is. Pending matters, new matters, council discussion. Where are we with the forensic audit?
My understanding was there was a revised version with your edits that were circulated, and we're waiting for final approval.
I haven't seen anything circulated with any revisions.
They sent it.
It's in the inbox. I've actually responded to it again tonight, saying council members have had enough time to review it. My edits were to limit the scope. So if the council was willing to agree on a much larger scope, which would cost a lot more money, limiting the scope will cost us less money. I mean, all of those things, I haven't added anything to it. I took away 2 whole sections and I narrowed down the scope in a few other sections. I think we need to get it out. Yeah.
That's what the last draft reflected, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
And I responded that I was fine with that. So I guess we're just waiting for other council colleagues.
I'm fine with it.
Can you just ask Mr. Gengaro to recirculate it so it's at the top of everyone's email inbox?
Well, you just got the verbal from
Yeah,
3.
I'm fine with it.
okay, again,
No, we're good. Oh, we don't have to argue. Yeah, we're good. So we've just given,
We're putting this out.
thank you very much.
All right. Everybody's good with that?
We're all good with it.
Done.
Thank you very much.
I have,
Anything else on pending matters, new matters?
yeah, I do.
CRB.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, CCRB.
I noticed there are 3 resumes here instead of 2 names that we see.
Yeah, the one is from the mayor's appointment. I gave
Mayor's
you that for
Okay.
informational purposes.
Okay.
That does not require a vote.
Okay,
Correct.
that means we still have 1 opening.
You have 2 candidates.
Right. Yeah, I proposed Louis Abrams. He's got a very extensive resume. And I think he's an exceptional candidate.
Of
And
course.
I'd like your support.
I have a question. What is the makeup of the board? Is it a diverse board? Do we have?
So.
Because I think diversity is really important in this, the makeup of this board.
I think we have 2, Cynthia, is on there.
Cynthia who?
Bailey.
Bailey.
Is she able to be on there?
Yeah, why not?
Retired?
Yeah, she's retired like. pretty good.
Okay.
There might be a cutoff, but she's well beyond that.
Okay.
She's on, she was approved by resolution, I believe.
So 2 African Americans.
There's Rabbi Tobin, there's, if you give me a minute, I'll try to
Please, because I think
find
that's
it.
really important in us, in the because they're both, I looked over both resumes, and they're both great candidates, but I think
I just looked it up.
diversity is really important. Do we have a Latino or Latina on the board? I don't think so. We don't have, I don't think we have a Hispanic person on the board.
I don't think so either. We attempted to put someone on who was the mother of a police officer in town.
That's right. and
So
was Hispanic.
she was Hispanic.
I mean, I had committed to councilwoman a while back before we even
Harry
got,
was in before.
well, he was he wasn't eligible at the
Then, yeah.
time, but then I had already
Just
after that.
remember
And I
that
think
a
we should look at
huge-
someone's qualifications.
Yes, I think they're both qualified.
And-
All I'm saying is that just remember the makeup of this town. We have a huge Hispanic population.
Yeah, no,
Probably
I
feel
never
like we're
forget
being
the makeup. I know.
represented. Okay.
You have beat Rashawn Woodley. and-
Yes, B. Rashawn Woodley, Cynthia Bailey,
And this one, she was removed.
Maria Vera stepped down.
I think she was the only other Hispanic representation.
Fine right now. And then you have three rabbis, right? Isn't there three rabbis on them?
There's three rabbis.
There's 3 rabbis on the.
I
I
think there's
don't
at
remember.
least two.
At least two. Remember saying, I don't,
Wow. There's two rabbis.
I think so. I think that's the one, you gotta find it, I'm sorry.
Pastor Adams stepped down when he ran for us. You have Rabbi Tobin, you have Reverend Zach Guyton, and Pastor William Charles. This woman that the mayor just put up is her for. I think she's put her up for chair. I'm not certain on that.
Yes, that is true.
Okay, so that's your 4 from the mayor. And then your 2 are Rashawn Woodley and
Cynthia Happy Day.
Cindy.
Mhm.
So you have 1 opening, and that's for the 5 of you to decide.
Right, so there are no Hispanics, and that is a qualification. It does go to representation. It is not as if this individual isn't an accomplished West Orange resident and was presented before.
I'd
Now-
like us to stay away from politicians and put residents who on these.
Well,
boards.
I disagree. So I'm gonna ask my colleagues to support Mr. Harry Almodovar, who was put in long before Mr. Abrams, who is a almost 30-year resident of this town, who has raised his children in the public school system, who has volunteered in multiple ways over many years. Most, I think, effectively with soccer programs. I think one of it, or both of his daughters played soccer. And he is someone who has the pulse of the Hispanic community as well. And I think it's important for that almost 30% of our town, or 25% of our town, to have some representation on that board. And I think actually it is more important to have Hispanic representation on that board than just about anybody else, given all of the issues that they face with regard to immigration.
I would agree, which is why I had actually put Maria Vera. Because
I
I
support
share
Maria
your
Vera.
concern that we should have, Spanish a person representing, but I just feel that Louis Abrams' resume is far superior. And I think he's a better candidate. And I really don't think we should have politicians on these boards. I think we should have regular
Well, you
residents.
recommended Maria Vera, who's on the Board of Ed.
But she wasn't.
She was.
She was.
Okay, so I hear both sides of the argument and, listen, both.
I offer a motion that we approve Harry Almodovar to the CCRB. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Hold on 1 sec. Councilwoman Castellino,
So no disrespect to him, but no, I made a prior commitment.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Councilwoman Williams,
No.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion fails. Okay, so what about the next candidate, Louis Abrams? Is there a motion to approve him?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'm gonna second that.
Okay.
And
you.
I just want to say too, it's not even just the commitment, it's the backgrounds with substance abuse and the social work aspect, I think is important on this.
This is
committee.
about reviewing police officers. I mean, I would hope and expect that we don't have police officers abusing their authority because they're high on substances.
No, well, they identify certain.
Or a sex
issues.
addict.
Yeah. All right, well,
Right? I mean, like, that just.
okay,
they
I'm done,
should
I'm
be
done, I'm
qualified for
done.
the job.
I'm not gonna compete with two people. I think they're both outstanding. I made
You
a
your
commitment,
vote. Go ahead.
so
Made
that's
your-
it.
you
This
second.
isn't like a competition
Madam
between
Clerk?
two
Yes.
good
Councilwoman
residents.
Castellino,
Yes, for God's sake.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
No.
Okay, the motion carries.
All right, is that the last piece of business for new business, pending matters, any of that?
Yeah,
No?
unless-
The red line.
Oh, I do have one, yeah, I do have one thing. I know that we did pull 2877 on the ordinance for the
Yeah.
permit of the quick start. However, I feel very strongly that any ordinances we're given should be given to us with a red line copy. I know that has been procedure in the past. I don't know why it's not given to us that way. I think it's very disrespectful. It's cumbersome for us. Any ordinance we get, we should get a red lined version. And I'd like to amend chapter 3, rules of the council in that regard. I'd like legal to put that any ordinances given to the council should be given with a red line copy.
Councilwoman, that ordinance was redlined. There was one section added. I explained that. And it was redlined.
Okay, but I would like that to be, I'd like it in writing and I'd like it in chapter 3. So that moving forward, because it hasn't always been. I didn't see it redlined, but even if it is now, I still want
Well,
to
I did answer you and I did explain
right,
that.
but I want to ensure that continues to happen with every ordinance that we're given in the future. So I want to make a motion right now to make sure chapter 3 is
I
amended.
think that's procedure with Madam Clerk. When she gets all these to put on the agenda, she could
Well,
flag
it
them.
could be put in the chapter 3 and then we're assured that we will get it.
Yeah, and I second that. I understand where you're coming from.
Hold on one sec. Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Sure, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes, I mean, I think that's what we do now, but sure.
We do. And also, I just want to say that sometimes ordinances don't have red lines, so you have to also keep that in mind. They just
Madam
don't
Clerk.
exist. Yeah.
May I ask her a question?
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My question is I know sometimes when you print the copies, it's very hard to detect that it is redlined. Is it possible? And I'm asking this procedurally. So when
Right.
we get our packet on Thursdays, then it's uploaded onto the website on Friday.
Correct.
But when you upload onto the website, you can upload in color. Correct?
Yes, I've done that.
So the challenge is that you are not providing us with a color copy. So it's very difficult for us to identify in black and white sometimes what is and is not redlined. Is there any possibility of us getting color copies so that we can identify the red lines?
It would take a lot more time for me to make those copies because the copier I have in my office is industrial, it's quick. You know, I get a lot of materials from all different departments, department heads, whatever. I mean, it's not impossible. It would just take a lot more time to get it done that way. I mean, if the ordinances are your concern and you wanted those copies redlined, yeah, that could be done.
I think she wants everything, resolutions and ordinances.
Well, what would be redlined in a
Oh,
resolution?
you're right. No,
Yeah.
you're right.
I mean,
Yeah.
that'd be ideal, but it's good enough for
It's
the.
not, it's nothing that's
Yeah,
gonna be
nothing that would be-
redlined in a resolution, but
It's really
if you could please provide us with color copies so that.
Yeah, I
we
mean,
can
I
see,
literally just got a color copier in my office this week.
then that
so-
is so much of a perfect
Did you
situation and
notice the
solution for all
agendas
of
that are,
us.
says revised with the big red?
Yeah.
There you go,
Yeah.
there you
So
go.
if you could just,
So-
if you could do that for us, that would be so
Yes.
helpful. It would make our jobs easier. It would
I
be, we would be able to immediately identify whatever changes and we wouldn't have to have this debate.
Okay,
And resolutions that have been amended. Yeah, so.
But it's okay for those few. It's not a big deal. It's
Thank
usually-
you, Madam Clerk.
you're very welcome.
Anything else?
I move to adjourn.
Anything
Well,
else?
are you going
Go to
into
executive
executive
I
session?
move to adjourn, but we're not coming back from executive.
So there's nothing else?
We have to vote on
Yeah.
288, 290.
Oh, we do have to,
Yeah.
okay. So I
So it's a recess.
move to recess.
Yeah.
Second.
Karen, you got
Okay,
this?
All in
yes,
favor?
so you're recessing and then you're going into executive session and then you're gonna come back, so.
And I guess we'll call you when we get into executive.
No, we're going to the bullpen. She doesn't feel well, so
All right,
I'll
cool.
take care of the two. When you come back.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Smeraldo. I
Feel better.
appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Back. Go into executive session on the two resolutions, and then we're gonna, yes. Can we stay here? Can you just mute everything? Can you
You
mute
have to
everything?
clear the courtroom, clear the council chambers if you're gonna stay in there.
But you can mute us so that you don't have to.
But we still, I'm not sure if there's around till we get to.
So, no, we stay. If you guys want to, is this, I don't know how long this is gonna take. We're going to recess and go into executive session. If you want to stick around for the last two ordinances, which both deal with litigation, one of which is clearly important to you, sir. There's a conference room right here to the right. You come out of the council chambers, you make a right and make a left. It's the first door on your right. You guys can just hang out until we're done. We'll send the police officer to get you when executive session is done. Thank you very much. Can you show them where the, yes, no, you can come back.
They can't hear us either. How do they hear us?
Did we take a motion on
Zoom's on.
recessing?
Yeah, let's just go in the other room.
Push this one off?
What was your question, Madam Clerk?
I wanted to know if we actually took a vote on recessing and going into executive session. I don't recall that we did.
All in favor? Opposes?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Joe, once you put it on mute, nobody else can.
I'm confused what you want me to do. Are you staying here?
Yes.
Staying here, put us on mute.
Okay, can you announce that we're in executive session?
Thank you, West Orange, for joining us. We are going into executive session right now. We will be back.
Okay, Council President, we're adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Welcome back, West Orange. We are now back in our regular meeting. We have two more items to vote on. Both of which apparently are time sensitive. Mr. Clerk, 288.
Matter 288, resolution authorizing settlement of the Township of West Orange versus Ronjalon Realty et al. Submitted by Lee.
I move to accept.
Approve. Second.
May I have a comment?
Do you need it before the vote?
Yes,
You need to comment before the vote?
yes. I didn't respond to this publicly, that's fine.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. So we are currently voting on the Ron Jolin settlement, and I did not make comments because I said I would keep my comments to when we actually did the vote. In addition to all of my colleagues' comments, I am in complete agreement with them. This was absolutely a devastating, life-altering event. If we had the capacity to do any more as a community, absolutely we would. But that, as was mentioned, these funds are a settlement from taxpayer dollars, and those taxpayer dollars have to go back from the settlement. So we are deeply moved, impacted, but we do have certain guidelines and restrictions that we have to obey. So thank you.
All right, call for the vote.
Call for the vote. So Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Woman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Motion carries.
On 292, I want to offer a motion. If we table this, when is the trial date?
Oh, that's a good question. I think.
No, no
All right.
public comment. We could talk to you after that. We're gonna be done with the meeting. We could talk to you.
It's only 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. And you're the only one in here too, so. Is incomplete. 288?
You said you speak of, says basically the substantive, document, it's supposed to be attached, and it's not attached.
Oh.
Oh, we have exhibit A.
Yeah, we have it. You don't.
It should be online, right? Is exhibit A online?
No, it's fine.
Or is it because it's pending litigation that it's not online?
Yeah, I don't think they posted till we approve it.
That's really the.
Yeah, but we have it, so I think it gets posted after we vote on it.
You get it posted on, vote on, even though we don't have it.
No, we do have
We
it.
have it.
We have it.
Just the-
But because it's pending, no, because it's pending litigation, it doesn't come to the public until.
Posted on the website.
It's posted on the website. It's right here on the website.
Yeah, see, we have it. Exhibit A.
No, the agenda online.
Yeah. Right there.
Okay, do we
It's
vote?
a link to it.
Oh, no, now we're on the next one, 292. What was the
92.
question? 292 or waiting?
Question is on when is the,
When is the
trial date?
trial? Are you on the website? You found it?
It would be prudent to, until you got, until we get the answers that we need. If.
yeah, I agree. I just want to make sure that it doesn't
Yeah,
throw off the court calendar.
right.
I mean, honestly, are you even, if we were to table it and it did pose an issue,
Should we go?
couldn't you request
An emergency
An
special
emergency
meeting.
Zoom session and we can just.
that or request that the court reschedule?
So the court was advised.
Mark, speaking to the microphone.
Sorry. So the hearing was scheduled for the 25th. Basically, we told the court of the pending settlement. And basically that would, so I guess we would have to advise them that the matter was not adopted and they would, again, they would reschedule the plenary hearing.
So,
Because it's not like it's essentially like, chancer, like a father writ action, so they're trying to compel, so it's not like a trial, it will be the court basically.
And our next.
well, we're asking for 2 weeks essentially.
No, it's not 2 weeks. The next council meeting is October 29.
It was the 22nd.
No, it's 29.
So,
I don't know why, but.
so yeah, I don't know when the court would
Oh, the
reschedule the hearing
holidays,
for.
okay.
So the problem is, so the The hearing was scheduled for the 25th. It was kicked because of this.
It was scheduled for what date?
The 25th, September.
September 25th.
So obviously it was kicked because the court knew that we had a tentative settlement in place. We tell them that the settlement has not been accepted or passed, they'll just schedule it for the next.
All right, and so
So I
if it ends up posing an issue, let us know, and if we have to schedule a special meeting by Zoom, then we will. I have some concerns. I'd like to table this until they are at least some of the structural challenges that I have, and, you know, I know we're in public session now. At least I have an understanding of the right way to proceed. So I'm gonna offer a motion to table.
I second.
292.
I second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gabor Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President. Vogt.
Yes.
Okay,
So the motion,
so that concludes that. All we need is a motion to adjourn.
so I move to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you guys for sticking around so long. We're out before midnight. Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Thank you, sir, for sticking around. Thank you, West Orange. Have a great night.